flooding in. How is everybody doing on this fan Monday? I am back. We are back. How is everyone doing today? Moody Blade, thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds. Thank you for gonna sub. Thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds. And Kaz for the 5 gifteds. Thank you for the 5 gifteds as well. Kaz Q, what you doing? Thank you for the 5 gifteds. The 1 for the 3. I have a severe repugnance towards microwaves. Why? Moody for the 10, RJ PVT, Moody for the 2 subs, the multiplier, and Moody for another 2 subs. Ken for the sub, Sun, Doom, Quai, Something, Dog, Dar, Chris, Vix, Weird, Brennan, Lazy, Rocco, Forsley, Seashlog, Moody, Deadly, Quinn, Dry, Brady, Cookie, NK, Yuri, Juan for the sub, Rose, Nah, Ariella, and Fly for the sub. Chat. We're back from a 4-day break. Akliz for the sub. Did y'all miss the Joe Bart stream? 69 Dalton for the sub. Sky for the sub. I was uploading on YouTube while I was gone, though. So, you know, there was still Joe Bart around. But the Joe Bart streams were lacking, or more so non-existent, as a better term. Anyways, we have some stories, you know. So I'm letting you know it's gonna be a long story time. Okay. From my absence to now, I have a few stories that I'm going to be telling, and then we're going to be doing reacts. It's going to be a bit of a weird schedule this week because I was gone for the last 4 days. So before I get into all that, I just want to let you guys know today is going to be reacts and rants. I know I normally don't do that on Monday, but I wasn't here yesterday, so we're going to do it today. Tomorrow, we're going to play scary games. Question: new FNAF game just dropped. It's 2D. Do we play it? Do we play it tomorrow? We're not gonna finish it tomorrow. It's gonna probably be a 2-stream game because I wanna play a bit of. If we do play it, I wanna play it you know, for a few hours, but I don't want to play it the whole day, and it's like a 6-hour game. So we'd probably run it tomorrow, alongside maybe some other games as well. We'll test it out, and then if it sucks, we would just switch. It's bad. I mean, you might think it's bad, but it has like amazing reviews. It has I'm pretty sure better reviews than like every other FNAF game. Here's the fucking trailer real quick. Is this made by the same creators as well? It has to be. Why is it called Jeff's Pete? No way he jumps into the fucking dirty ball pit.
What do you wish?
I like this style a lot. What, like 2D scrollers?
Most.
Welcome to Freddy's Bad Bears, a magical place for kids.
Damn rave happening at the fucking FNAF party here. Christ, it's a bunch of 5-year-olds. What are they playing this music for?
And for life, where fantasy and fun come to life.
Oh, there's a bunch of mini games.
You may think you know the answer. But what will your deepest desires cost?
Yo, that kid Dash just did nothing. Yo, he actually just stood there and watched his friend get dragged into a abyss ball pit. Yo, that is crazy. Like, literally did nothing. Like, is actually just standing there and crying. Oh, it's his dad? Oh. It's crazy how he stood there and watched his dad get dragged into a ball pit and did nothing. If I had a son and he just fucking stood there as I got my ass kicked by an animatronic ghost, I would be pissed. Honestly, I never know about, we gotta try it. Can we try it? Because I don't really play, like, 2D scrollers like that. But I've always wanted to play a horror game like this because there's so many that are like this, and we've never tried any of them. Like, Terror at Oakart is another one that you guys recommend a lot. This has been, like, everything in the game session tab. Will you survive long enough to make your wish come true? I'm assuming his wish is to get back his dad. We'll try it. We'll try it tomorrow. If we hate it, then we'll switch to a different game. But either way, we're not going to be able to beat it tomorrow because it's like 6 hours. Anyways, today's Reacts. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing scary games. Wednesday, we're probably going to be playing this game called Guilt, which is from like I think it's like a year and a half old or 2 years old. So a while back, but you know, it's not like decrepit. But it's supposed to be a really good like story horror game, so we're going to be trying that. Thursday, I'm either going to be doing a bunch of sim games with y'all, or I'm going to be doing games with, like, Handsome, Sneak, Zeusy, and the guys. We haven't done that in a bit. Friday's Reacts in the Veterans charity stream. So that's going to be great. We're going to be trying to raise a bunch of money for veterans to help them get housing. For VCHC is the name of the charity. Saturday, we're going to be doing a Cuphead DLC. Sunday's Reacts. And then next Monday will be our last stream in this setup room. Because I'm moving setups. Next Wednesday, I'll be at a different setup room. But yeah, no, it'll be, this is the, you're moving, just setup rooms. Dude, this room is too small. It's not like, it's not gonna be like a crazy change. It's literally, I'm just moving rooms because this, dude, I can touch my ceiling. VR sucks. Everything that I can fucking do in this room is like, I don't know, it's too much of a confined space, and the wall being like this is really fucking annoying, so I can't hang anything in the back. So we're just moving rooms so I have more space for, like, I guess background and then just in general. Same background? Oh no, we're gonna keep that background, chat. This is, I'm not taking that, but all the stuff that you see here is gonna stay. Outside, maybe Bob. Bob might go. Bob might go. And as will the Daisy Showcase. I'm sorry I had to break the news to you guys. I'd rather do it earlier than later. I had to do it earlier than later. New stream room. Daisy's not going to be there. We might get some surprise guests here and there. But the Daisy Showcase is going to go. I'm sorry. I had to break the news. It sucks. I know. Blendings and fuck this. Yeah, I know. No, it'll be chat. Listen. The setup room's gonna be fire. I'm gonna have chat. The background's gonna be cooler. Trust. It's gonna have all the same stuff, but I'll be able to hang my plaques. Like, I can't even hang them. They're just sitting there. Like, that it just sits there. I'll have more space to do, like, more trinkets and other cool things. I actually might be able to fit Bob. So, that's a maybe, but we'll see. Based on the room. I had to measure the room out to see how I could fit that background. New Fortnite trailer. What do you mean new Fortnite trailer? Lucas for the 3. Just had sex for the first time. Ash for the sub. Yo, Nico for the raid! Yo, hold up, chat. Stop flipping out about the setup change. Yo, dub in the chat for the fucking raid. Thank you for the fucking raid, Nico. 403 people dub in the goddamn chat. Thank you for the fucking raid at the start of my fucking stream. My chat's freaking out because I said I'm moving setup rooms next week, and they're very unhappy about it. But they'll get the fuck over it. Jay Houdini for the sub. Thank you for the raid. Mods, shout out Nico. They already did. Sergeant for the 5 says, welcome back. Lil Gavin for the 3. Love the streams. I wanted you to play Cuphead Red. Download it myself. You should play the DLC. I am this Saturday. That's what I said. Today's Reacts and Rants. Tomorrow is Scary Game. We're going to try out the new FNAF, maybe some other shit. Wednesday is the game called Guilt, which is another horror game. Thursday, we're either going to be doing sim games or games with other streamers. Friday's Reacts in the Veterans Charity stream. Saturday, we're doing Cuphead DLC. Sunday's Reacts. Next Monday is probably going to be games with chat. Next Tuesday, I'm going to be off because that's when I'm going to move my setup. And then next Wednesday will be our first stream at the new setup. And we're going to be doing horror games. Busta Alchemy, Sus, It's Cast for the sub, iHeart for the 3, Deadly for the 3. Thank you for being who you are. Decided to join the military. Dude, dub. You know, good luck with that. VT for the sub, the 1 for the 3. Gotta look up, cows sitting like dogs. Cheetah and Real for the sub, Jake for the 1,000 biddies. Joe at 36 months today. Dub, Shadow, and Lando for the sub, 562. Smooth for the sub, Alex for the 3. Brooke by Collarbone, can't play football this season. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Your videos help me get through it. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help it any way that I can. Dead for the sub, Kayla for the 3. Just got back from break. Misty voice actor passed away from cancer, F cancer. I don't know who Misty voice is, but F cancer in the chat. I don't know who you're talking about specifically, though. The Ghost for the 3, Ben for the sub. Did you guys see the fucking CEO of YouTube died from cancer while I was gone? The one for the 3. What's your worst cooking experience? I overcooked a pizza so burnt that it was like literally a hockey puck and I was starving, and then I just ate, like, I think chips for dinner. Allergic and M-Skulk for the sub. Kira Pretty Perfect for the sub. Dizzy for the 3. I was tweaking when I didn't see you live. Abigail for the sub. Weber for the 5. You said when you're trying to sleep, it feels like you're walking down the stairs of Mississippi. Your buddy, it tweaks. I thought I was the only one that does that. No, that's everybody. Shane Double Dangle. Sophie the 7, please for the sub. Matthew for the 5. Battlestar College, any advice? Do your work early. Get your shit done on time. Right? Prioritize things. Schedule. Then college is a lot easier. Milk for the 3. And then you can balance a job and college if you have a job at the same time, which is what most college students have. Which is what I did. I just wrote everything down. You just fucking schedule your shit. And if you want to, you can take gen eds online if you're a commuter. If you're living on campus, though, there's no real point. Your videos help me with anxiety, really. The only creator with my style. My entire YouTube video is only you. Dub. Lando, 69 for the sub. ACS for the sub. Lol for the 3. I hope you have it also streaming. Paul, Morgan, Colton for the sub. Bear for the sub. 69. Dalton, thank you for the 5. Gifted 10 tacos for the 1,000. But he's currently in my college dorm right now. I'm tripping. My parents just left. What do I do now? My roommates don't move until next Monday. Brother, chill. I don't know. That's college. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Have your classes started yet? Go learn the campus. Go get food. I don't know. If you have no money, blend tuna in a blender with water and chug it for your daily caloric intake. Tentaco said battle get fried. I mean, that's also an option. But, yeah. Nona and Jay Houdini for the sub. Ash for the sub. Luna for the 3. I already read that. All right. iHeart for the 5 and Juice for the sub. Are we ready to lock in for today's stream chat? I have a lot of rants today. We have a lot of reacts today. I have a story time as well. A long story time. But I have surgery tomorrow. Good luck on that, Cooper. I hope the surgery goes well. New Fortnite trailer. Jesus fucking Christ. We'll watch the new fucking Fortnite trailer, and then I'll do my goddamn fucking rant. What do you mean new Fortnite trailer? Is there a new season? Going into my junior year of high school, any tips? Schedule your shit. This is where you really need to lock in, because if you want to go to college, this is the year that people look at your grades. Ghost of Tsushima is a great game. Yeah. Game session tab, video session tab. If y'all have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, video session tab, game session tab, top most of the videos I watch, games I play. So if you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, send those there. I already know about Ghost of Tsushima, though. I may play that one day. I don't know for sure. All right, Season 4 Fortnite trailer, and then I'm doing my fucking rant before we get into reacts. I really want to do this rant. You guys are going to be appalled. Is this the OG season? Have you ever heard of TV Girl? No, I have no idea what the fuck that is. Illy for the sub, Lucas for the 3. Advice for getting back into the gym after a break. Just go. Force yourself to go. Never understand when you guys ask me that. I'm sorry. You know, I appreciate the 3, but it's... any advice for going to the gym after a break of not going to the gym? Go to the fucking gym. Go to the fucking gym. What? Like, what am I going to say? So you're going to need to meditate? No, just fucking go. Just say, fuck, man, I don't want to go to the gym. And then go. And then 2 weeks from then, you'll just keep going. Ian and King for the sub. Is that MF Doom? Oh my god, it's the Avengers! Like every other fucking season. Like every other fucking season. It's Dr. Doom, not MF Doom? Oh. Mysterio, the worst villain in Marvel history. Yo, if you're a cuck that fucking buys the Mysterio skin, you just wasted $20. That motherfucker sucks. It's just a Marvel season, bro. Like, oh my god, they added Black Panther. Don't they do a Marvel season like every other season, though? Floating said, advice for selling drugs to children. upmarket jewel prices. How many new fucking weapons are gonna be in this game? This is gonna be a shit show. This game, you know, I'm not trying to shit on this because it might be fucking amazing. I've just seen like it's gonna be chaos. Every round, dude. Everybody's gonna be Iron Man or fucking Black Panther. It's just gonna be lunging at each other and shit. It does look cool, but it's like, holy shit, the regular guns are gonna be useless. Like, that looks insane. Absolute doom. Okay. Well, we'll see how that season goes. Anyways, Don and 4 for the subfloating for the 3. I used to smoke all of a vape and then sell almost an empty one to year 7 for $50. You would rip a cart and then sell an empty one to, I don't even know what a year 7 is. What is a fucking year 7? What an Australian term. The fuck is it? What is a year 7? A 7-year-old? Like, what do you mean? Like, did you sell a cart to a 7-year-old? Oh, 7th grader? But why is it called year 7? Citrus for the sub. Anyways. Story time starting now, chat. I am in pain. Now, I and my friends and I, while I was gone, went to Ocean City, Maryland. Woo, for golf. We went on a golf trip. V. Christie and Guitar and Shady for the sub. Boy, did it go a way that I did not thought it would go. It wasn't bad, though. Okay? Let's just say this. Let me just show you something, and then we'll transition into the story, okay? Now, I'm gonna put a trigger warning here. Because it's fucking disgusting. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2. Now, these are all over my legs. All over my legs. Like every aspect of my body is covered in chiggers. If you don't know what those are, it's like a type of bug that it like digs into your skin, or it might be bed bugs. We don't know because we stayed at the fucking trap house. It was insane, dude. It looks like I have scabies, and they're all over me, all over me. It's I'm constantly itchy. They're on my toes, dude. Okay, they're on my toes. Bro said you're canceled. That's their name. Anyways, we go to Ocean City, Maryland, right? We drive there, right? Because why the fuck would we not drive there? And we have a tea time before we check into our Airbnb. Now, we get there nice and smooth, no problems at all, right? Pull up, and we go golfing, you know? And I do fucking terrible. I do fucking dog shit, right? I suck at golf. I just started golfing this summer. I've been golfing 4 times, and we went to a $95 tee time course in Maryland. I was shooting over marsh and water, and I lost every ball I had. I shot a 126. That's a lie. I shot a 121 first day. That's really bad. That's really bad. And that's with mulligans, right? That's me giving myself strokes. That's me enabling myself to re-tee and hit if I do bad. Next day was even worse. Anyways, we got to go in order of the story. Okay. First day golfing, not that crazy. We go, and then we go to dinner that night, right? And the first night, we said we're going to do a fancy dinner because that's the night we're going to be sober going into the fancy dinner. So we might as well, you know, have that night be the special night. We pull up to this wine bar called Spain Wine Bar. You can fucking Google it. Beautiful restaurant. We go, and there's 12 of us. So we sit at a table, and we immediately hit the waitress with, can we split checks? And she stares at us like, because she's going to have to keep track of every single thing that we order. She goes, no. She goes, no. Says we can't split checks. And we could split. She split it like four or five ways. So it's like, whatever, you know. Anyways, we start ordering food. And my first friend orders a bottle of wine. And she brings out it for him to taste. And he takes 4 minutes for him to fucking try the wine. And he's like, yeah, this is good. She goes, just one bottle? And he goes, yeah. And she starts walking away. And we're all sitting there, and we go, hold up. And she's like, oh, that was just for him? And we're like, yeah. So we all each order our own bottle of wine. I order a bottle of Chardonnay. I order a bottle of Chardonnay. And I chug that bitch before dinner's over. Finish it. Finish the bottle. Everybody's just drinking their own wine. My friend orders this expensive-ass bottle of red wine, slams like 3 glasses before the food even comes out, and then goes, I need to go to the bathroom. Disappears. Comes back. I'm like, were you throwing up? He's like, no, I just had to stand under the AC for like 5 minutes. I thought I was going to pass out. I went, oh my God, are you okay? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. Anyways, we get dinner there. Really nice. You get a bunch of small dishes. They're called tapas. It's basically like small entrees. It's like the in-between between an appetizer and an entree, so you order a bunch of them. And so we all get wine. We go back to the Airbnb. We check into the Airbnb. Or actually, we check into the Airbnb, then we go to dinner, then we go back to the Airbnb. Then we go out. And we're like, let's go to a fucking karaoke bar. Because we all are a bottle of wine in, and some people that didn't order wine are like, 3 or 4 drinks in. So we're like, let's go to a karaoke bar. We pull up. I walk in, and 3 of my friends can't get into the bar because they don't take vertical IDs in basically every bar in Ocean City, Maryland, and they have vertical IDs because they think vertical IDs are fake. So the bouncer's like, you're not getting in. And I'm like, yo, that's actually fucking crazy. And I just walk out and Uber back. Just start slamming shots. We start playing drinking games, right? So like three or 4 of the guys stay at the karaoke bar. I go back with the guys that couldn't get in because I was like, I feel bad for that. I'm not going to ditch them. So I hang out with them. And we start playing Pong on our porch, which is right next to the sidewalk. Now, if you don't know Ocean City, Maryland, it is trashy. Trashy. It is, everyone's drunk. Every single person that walked by our house was fucking hammered. Past 9 p.m., every single person's hammered. And they're walking by us and seeing that we're playing Pong. So every single person that walks by us starts talking to us. And it was annoying, but also fascinating. It was like playing IRL Sims. Like, every person that walked by me was unique. I shotgunned with a crackhead. Not, like, no joke. I mean, I don't know for sure, but, he told me he was 30, and he kind of had that skin. He had no teeth, and he was like, come on, man, let's do chorus. And I was like, bro, this guy needs to leave. And so I go shotgun with him, and then he fucking leaves. And I'm like, dude, thank God. He told me he was 30 years old. He looks 70. Anyways, that was like one of the people. Next, and this just keep in mind, I'm gonna lump these in. This is over the course of a few nights, but I'm gonna lump in the stories of the people that walked up to us all in one day, right? So this is not over this night. This is over the course of like 3 nights. The second night we're there, Well, actually, the first night we're there, my friend lets random people into the Airbnb to go take a piss. And they just sit down on our couch and start talking to them. And I'm like, who the fuck? I come down, who the fuck are you guys? I walk into the Airbnb, random people are there. And he's like, dude, they had to pee. I don't give a fuck. Go piss in the road. Why are they in our house? Keep in mind, this Airbnb we're staying at is a fucking trap house. We had to bring our own sheets, towels, soaps, everything. They had it was beds with fucking bed bug covers. That was the only thing at that Airbnb. It was horrible. So it was fun though. Anyways, we never ordered food. We never got food for the Airbnb the entire time. We just fucking DoorDashed. I ate Burger King fucking 5 days. Not 5 days. 5 times in a fucking row. Anyways, we get our beds. And so he lets this guy come in and take a piss, and he won't fucking leave. And the same thing happened the day after with this guy that was really drunk and kept talking about how he had a gun. And I was like, is this supposed to be a threat? Because he's like laughing and he's also chill, but he's really drunk. He keeps bringing up how he has a gun. And I'm like, okay, you have a gun. Like, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this? He's like, yeah, I got one on me. I go, okay. Right? And then he pulls out a wet cigarette. And it's like flopping, and he's trying to light it, and his brother is like getting mad at him. Oh my God. I'm telling this so out of story. Chat, I know it sounds confusing. This is how it was for me. I'm not even explaining this poorly. This is what I was experiencing in that exact moment. All right, next time, two guys pull up. The drunk guy that kept talking about how he had a gun and his brother. They say they need to play Pong with us. I literally go, I don't want to play Pong with you. And he's like, bro, please. And he starts going, bro, please don't kick my ass. And I'm like, I'm not going to fight you. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not going to fight you. We're just playing Pong. And he goes, one game. And they just walk up on our porch. And I go, okay, whatever. They did not make a cup. They made 0 cups. Me and my friend demolished them. It was over before it even started. Anyways. Mid-cup match, his wife calls him, and he's like, yo, what up, boo? Or some shit. She just starts screaming at him. And on speakerphone. And we're all standing here, and I'm just, listening to his wife just yell at him. And he's like, bro, it's not that serious. She's like, I swear to fucking God, if you don't come back right now, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And he just hangs up. And I'm like, and we're all just standing there watching him. He's like, yeah, you know how it is. I'm like, my friend goes, type shit. And I look at him and I slap him. What the fuck you mean type shit? Like, you understand what he's going through. Anyways. He goes, yeah, type shit. I'm like, what the fuck? My friend just starts being a dumbass. Anyways. He gets off the phone. They start shooting more. We're about halfway through the game. And other people start walking by. And every person that walks by, he either tries to flirt with or fight. And I immediately go, oh no. Right? A woman walks by. 2 women walk by in a group, right? 25. He goes, hey, mommy. And I audibly go, oh my God. And he starts walking on the porch, following them. And they just ignore him. And I'm like, yo, number 1, I just heard you on the phone with your wife. Number 2, oh my God. Just catcalling women on our porch. On our porch. What if they come back? The next guy walks by. It's an old man. He asks if he has a wife he can fuck. At this point, my jaw is dropped. I don't know what I should say. And the old guy just starts shaking his head. I turn to my friend. I'm like, we're going to die tonight. Like, I literally go, we're going to die tonight. Like, so that old guy is going to come back with a gun and kill us because he thinks we're friends with him. My friend audibly screams, we're not associated with them. And then we get back to playing the game. We finish. And they go, one more. I go, nope. And I walk into the house and shut the door. Because they're not leaving. And my friend's still out there talking to them. And, bro, my friend comes in, he's like, where'd you go? And I pull him to the side. I'm like, yo, get them to fucking leave. I'm like, get them to fucking leave. Like, they're going to start a fight with somebody and we're going to be involved in it. Like, I'm not defending this guy. Like, I don't know him. He's not my boy. I'm not dying for this dude. So, he ends up getting him to leave. Now we're going to flash around in time. Night before, we're playing Pong again, right? Like, right before we go out. And we're about to call the Uber, and we're finishing our Pong game. It's me and my friend. And we're playing against each other one-on-one instead of two-on-two. And these two girls walk up, and they go, can we play Pong? And my friend, who flirts with every single person in the world, immediately goes, yeah! And I go, no, again. I'm like, no. And they give me a nasty-ass look, right? They walk up to the porch, and they go, and they give me, like, a glance. And I'm like, you ain't playing on my team. You ain't playing on my team. Brother said, L. Joe. Wait. They start playing, and they have drinks in their hands. And they're like, one of them just goes, I'm upset. And my friend goes, why? And she goes, the bouncer took our fakes. I go, yup. And I walk inside and shut the door. And I'm like, I'm not dealing with that shit. Nope. Run. Fucking run out of there, dude. Walk inside. Nope. No, she's like, he took our fakes. No. Leaving there. They're like, yeah, we're 19. I'm like, yo, you have a drink in your hand? I'm not getting in trouble for this. Fuck off. Literally fuck off. Like, I understand, yeah, I got drunk when I was 19, okay? Like, if I'm being honest, you shouldn't. But I'm 22. I'm not going to be around you. And you have a fucking drink in your hand, and you're telling me you actively just got denied from a bar, and you're going to go try and get in a different one. No, I leave. So, they end up fucking off. And I was like, thank God they left. Then that's when, right after that, is where the crackhead shows up and his wife. And they literally both go, yeah, we're like 30, 32. My friend goes, you guys don't look a day over 25. And I looked at my friend. I'm like, dude, they look 60. They look so old. Like grandpa age. We shotgun. And then we meet the guy. Okay, I told this so out of story. The guy that was on the porch saying, hey, mommy. We met him the night before with the crackhead guy. And he showed up the next night. He was there that first night, and he was kind of normal. And he was talking about, like, basketball and shit with my friend who's, like, a fucking basketball head and, like, literally just will yap your ear off about every NBA pick in the entire fucking world. Anyways, that's it for the porch stories, right? Then we get in. Dude, I have to write down what I remember. Then we go golfing the second day, right? So that's the porch stories for the entire trip. We go golfing the second day. I know I'm telling this out of story. When we go golfing the second day, we golf at this really nice course. It's $125 for 18 holes, which is about 4 hours of golf if you pace well. And this time, me and 3 of my friends, because the tee time is 4 people, me and my friends go, we're going to play honest golf. And we played, like, PGA rules. Like, no mulligans. You can go over double par. You're taking every single drop. We're playing, like, honest golf. Horrible idea. I shot a 140. I ripped 15 balls into marsh or water that was unhittable. Unhittable. This is the course. It's a thin-ass strip. Bunker, bunker, water, water, marsh, woods. And so if you fucking hit that ball and it goes anywhere but the fucking fairway, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Dude, also, I gotta say, I gotta ban this chatter because I actually don't care. Oh my god. I saw you when you typed this the first time. You get timed out because you keep fucking spamming. Literally fuck off. Anyways. Nobody gives a shit what you shot. Listen. I'll read the donos after this. I'm seeing donos come in. The tropical storm. Who had to go through the tropical storm here in the United States? It was in the East Coast, right? Covered a lot of the states. It didn't hit Maryland, but the remnants of it did. When we went golfing, it was 35-mile-an-hour winds. 20 to 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It was constantly windy the entire time we were there. So if you shot the ball straight, it just shot to the fucking left or right, depending on the way the wind was going. Or just kept going forward or went nowhere because the wind was against you, depending on what the whole orientation was. So every ball that I'm shooting, because I suck at golf, regardless of how good the shot is going into the fucking trees. Which means I have to go try and find my ball so I can fucking hit it so I don't take a drop and get an added stroke. So I go into the marsh, right? And I go into this tall grass, and so do a few of my other friends. And then that's where this occurred. That's where I contracted every known bug known to man attached to my fucking body. And it's so itchy all the time. And I don't want to get fucking medicine because I just don't care enough. But they itch, and I scratch them, and then they bleed, and like it's like pus, and they're all over me. They're mainly on my legs, but there's like a few on my arms, like up here, dude. And I'm sitting there, and dude, go to a doctor? No, I think I'm good. I'll be fine. Anyways, I wake up the next day after we go golfing here, and I shoot a 140. And I'm like, damn, my leg's itchy. And you know when you're like half asleep and you're scratching yourself, and then you wake up? I don't know if this is relatable. I'll wake up sometimes and I'm just like scratching my arm. I'll literally be waking up and I'm scratching my arm. I'm like scratching it in the dream and in real life. I'm like kind of half awake. So I'm scratching my leg. And I wake up, I'm like, fuck, my leg's so itchy. And I like turn on my flashlight and look at my fucking foot, and it's just covered in these bites. And my friend's like, you need to go get medicine. I go, fuck that. I grab a butter knife, and we're just talking, and I swear to God, with a butter knife, I'm just scratching my entire leg. And it felt so good. I hate being itchy, but scratching an itch is like, oh my God, amazing. And so I'm literally like scratching my whole body with a butter knife. And like my legs and shit, and they start cutting open and shit, and I don't give a fuck. Because it's unbearably itchy. Like if any of the bug bites just like touch a surface, I just immediately have like oh my God, this is unbearably annoying sensation. Dude, it's the worst right here. Look, hold up. Last time I'm gonna show him. Look. On my ankle, dude, you see all of them? It's fucking terrible, dude. It's terrible. And they're everywhere. Anyways. I start scratching them. It goes away. They go in phases. So, like, it won't itch for, like, 6 hours. And it'll itch really bad. And I don't think the bugs are inside of me anymore. But, you know. What was I going to say? I'm trying to, hold up. I'm looking at my list of stories. They were itchy, but they're in phases. That's all I was trying to say. Anyways. Next day, or that night, we go to the casino. And only 2 people want to go. Me and my friend. Obviously me, because there's a casino 6 minutes from the fucking Airbnb. No shit I would want to go to the fucking casino. So we go to the casino. And I play blackjack, and I actually won for the first time in a while. I won like $250. And then I wasted all of it on shots for my friends because I was drunk, and I got to the bar, and they were all there, and I went, let's get shots! And then I bought 12 fucking shots, and that was like $150. So, yeah. Anyways, we profited. It was a fun time. The drinks weren't free, which was astonishing for me. It's a fucking casino, and I had to pay $8 for a Surfside. We leave the casino. Both me and my friend are up. My friend's hammered. Hammered. He drank like 6, 7 drinks in the span of an hour. He's like, I need a cigarette. I go, okay, well, the Uber's here in 6 minutes. I don't know where you're going to get a cigarette. He starts walking up to the people outside and going, do you have a cigarette? Like that. Do you have a cigarette that I could borrow? He would say borrow. He would say borrow to every person. And I'm like, borrow it? Like, you're not going to return it. Like, you're gonna smoke it, and then it's gone. Like, what do you mean, borrow a cigarette? So he'd go, he walks up to this one guy that's sitting down actively smoking a cigarette. Because if you're at a casino, everybody's fucking smoking cigarettes. So he walks up to the guy, he goes, do you have a cigarette I could borrow? And the guy goes, it's my last one, man. And he goes, really? It's your last one? And he starts pressing the guy. Like he's lying. He's like, it's your last cigarette. It's your last one. You don't have any more. And he goes, no, I don't have any more. He goes, okay. And then walks away and like rolls his eyes. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Walks up to this old woman that just, you could tell she's just been ripping cigs since she was like 19, you know? And she's probably like 50. He goes, can I borrow a cigarette? And she goes, well, you can't borrow it because you're not going to give it back. And he goes, well, I'd give you a quarter. And she just gives him a cigarette. And they start having a conversation about, like, what she plays or whatever. And she's like, I mainly play slots, blah, 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 all this other shit. She walks inside. He sits down, starts smoking a cigarette while we're waiting. And he goes, that woman's not real. And looks at me, like, with the most serious face in the world. He goes, that woman's not real. What do you mean she's not real? He's like, if we went into that fucking casino to find her, and he gets loud, he goes, if we go into that casino to find her, she won't be there. Like, what do you mean she's not going to fucking be there? She's like, she's gone. She doesn't exist. She was put there to interact with me and give me a cigarette, and she's gone. She's not real. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he was basically saying that the majority of human-to-human interactions that you have are fabricated simulations to convince you that you live in a real world, when in reality, if you ever go to look for that individual you interacted with, you would never be able to find them. And it's like, it's a genuine thing that people think. And he started telling me a story about how he saw a kayaker one time, and then he saw the same kayaker like 2 miles down the line, but like they were in a boat, and the kayaker couldn't have made it there in time. And I was like, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, but I was like, I don't think that woman's fake. We should have looked for her. That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy if he was like, we wouldn't find her. And then we like search the whole casino and she's not there. But no, then we go to the bar, and that's kind of that night. We just kind of hang out this one bar called Secrets. It's like this beach bar. It's a really nice bar. Anyways, we leave, and the next day we go to the beach while like 4 of the other guys go golfing for the last day. We play cornhole the whole time. And the waves in Ocean City, Maryland are big, comparable to New Jersey. I mean, depending on the New Jersey beach, it varies. But the average wave in Ocean City, Maryland was like 3 to 5 feet. Like over your head, at least on the day that we were there. And we all go swimming, and it was fun. And, you know, we're drinking at the beach. And right before we leave, I need to take a piss, because I need to take a piss, right? And there's nowhere to take a piss, so I go, I'm going to go in the water, right? And I walk into the water where no one else is, right? Away from a lifeguard, to walk into the water and go pee. as I get waist depth, a wave that is 6 feet tall hurling at me. And I go, all right, I'm going to dive under that because I can't jump over it. And so I go for a dive, and you got to keep in mind, I'm like six drinks in. I go for a dive, and I jump in, and as I'm jumping, it's crashing. So I jumped mad late, like way too late. Like I should have ran at it and dove in. It's crashing on top of me as I dive. I jump in and I dive into the water, and I immediately let all of my air out and go like this because I think I'm just gonna immediately surface again. I start tumbling. The wave is taking me. All of my air is gone out of my lungs because I immediately let it out. I wasn't planning on holding my breath. I was planning on diving under the wave and just resurfacing. I'm tumbling, and I'm just swallowing water for like maybe like 6 seconds. But in that time span, every thought is running through my mind where I'm like, I'm going to die. Like, I'm going to die. Like, there's no lifeguard around me. Like, I might die here. Like, what if I drown? That would be fucking insane. And so I finally resurface. I'm like, and I cough and I like spit out water. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be dehydrated because I just swallowed fucking salt water. And I start walking up to the beach and I start thinking how funny. Okay, it wouldn't be funny, but yeah, it would be funny. If I go tell my friends that I have to go take a piss and then they hear a lifeguard whistle and to them, they're just sitting there like, oh, I guess somebody's drowning. And then the lifeguard just carries my limp body out of the ocean, like 5 seconds after I told them I was gonna go take a piss, and I run back to them, and I'm like running. I'm like, guys, I almost just died, and they all look at me and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? They start laughing. I'm like, I almost just fucking drowned, and I'm like freaking out, dude. Like my eyes are red, and I'm like coughing up water. I'm like, I literally almost just drowned. And I'm like just saying to myself, I'm like, fuck, dude, that could have been horrible. Then we go back. And I mean, is there any other story? Yeah, there's one more thing. That was kind of the last day. Last day was kind of chill. On the way back, I'm putting in to the GPS, you know, my friend's place because I'm driving a bunch of my friends and I got to go drop them off. So I put in my friend's place, and the ride there is like 170 or 190 miles or something like that. I think it's like a 190 miles. It's like a 3 hour and 45 minute, 3 hour, 50-minute drive. On the way back, there's an option, and it says tolls required, and it's like 130 miles. And I go, wow, I can save 50 miles? And I put it in, and I start driving. And about 50 minutes in, we pass a sign that says ferry, right? And my friend goes, oh, weren't we going to take the ferry on the way here? And then it clicks. And I go, I'm driving to a fucking dock right now. Moody, thank you for the 5 gifteds. I go, I'm driving to a fucking dock right now. And then immediately the maps lady goes, turn left into something ferry. And it's trying to get us to take a boat to fucking Cape May, New Jersey and ride my car into the lot. And I'm like, dude, we just took the wrong fucking way for an hour. What the fuck do we do? And they're like, well, let's take the ferry. And I go, okay. And I pull up. I'm like, 1 ticket for the ferry. I don't say that. I give him my ID because he's like, ID? And he goes, you don't have a reservation. I'm like, I need a reservation. And he goes, oh, yeah. He goes, I could get you in for the 3 p.m. time. I'm like, buddy, that's in like 2 hours. He's like, well, that's all I have. I go, never mind. And then we drive 4 hours home. And so I drove like 5.5 hours that day because my dumbass drove the wrong fucking way because I didn't check that it was trying to take me into the ocean back to fucking New Jersey instead of driving all the way around fucking Philadelphia. So that was a shit show. Kumar for the sub. SMD for the sub. Moody for the 5 gifted. AO for the sub. User for the 4. Wanted to donate for a long time and nobody didn't come out. You're the best streamer on Twitch. Thank you. ASAP Sweaty for the sub. Colton Mikey, official for the sub. Gary for the $100 dono. I'm sorry I didn't read that. I was telling my story. Gary the Great for the fucking 100. First donation to a streamer. My favorite. My face lights up when I see your stream noti. Well, I'm glad that you like my content. And thank you for the fucking, number 1, nice message. Number 2, the fucking fat ass donut. I blink for the 3. Or for the 5. I think you have chigger bites. Put clear nail polish on them. Now, I think they're already gone. Like, I definitely have the bites, but I don't think they're in my body anymore. I think I just have the remnants of the bites now. But I know, yeah, you're supposed to put nail polish on them. Harsh for the 3. Love your content, been watching for almost 2 years. Trevor for the 10. What do you think about red light therapy? I have no idea what that is. Slim and Meds for the sub. Shades for the sub. Drive for the 3. I always thought you were really good at golf. I'm good at fucking switch golf. I just started I've been golfing like 5 times. DJ for the 3. Have you ever taken a Zen before? Yeah. Nick for the 3. Like 3 milligram ones, though. If I did a 6, I'd throw up. A few months ago, me and my friends were coming back from a hockey game, go to a liquor store. These 2 girls jumped in front of us and said, we're only 16. Can you buy us alcohol? My friend said to their face, oh, sorry, we're not old enough. Then we immediately walked in. Dude and call for the sub. Aria for the sub. Yeah, never buy alcohol for somebody that is underage. That would be horrible, dude. Horrible. Fiddle and Fantasy for the sub. Maggie for the sub. Current Jake Terrain. Angel Abby for the sub. Barry for the 3. I did it with my girlfriend. We broke her bed at her parents' house. What do I do? Oh, my God. I don't know. Broke her bed. Number 1. Jesus Christ. The fuck was going on there? What are you, jumping? Broke it? Broke it? And then number 2, I don't know. Say you broke the bed. Just be like, fuck, I jumped onto the bed and it snapped. Person AQ for the sub, save over the 5. I got them on my nads one time, then we had a good vacation. It was awful. You had chigger bites on your nuts? That sucks. Dominator for the 3. New vacation idea, go on a cruise. They have them out on Bayonne, on Royal Caribbean. Free food, drinks, alcohol 24/7. I never have gone on a cruise. I'd love to, though. Poppy for the sub, Lassa for the 3. Really like your streams. Can you say hi, Sarah? Love your videos. Thank you, Isaac for the 3. A remake of TJOC is coming out, and a demo is available. Can you play it? Sweet Pea for the sub. No, I'm not going to play Joy of Creation again unless they change the game, because I literally just played it. Floating for the 3. Once you golfing is how you know you're old okay unk. Fogo for the sub. That one for the 3. Second best Joe Bart quote, if it's hard, it's good. And my 3rd is my back would blow out. When did I say if it's hard, it's good? Mick Munch for the sub. V. Christie Guitar. Shady Citrus for the sub. Floating for the 3. I already read that. Hold up. And then E. Gentry, Bell, AFC for the sub. Sam for the 3. Disney World's making a new car ride based on the movie Cars. Caleb L. Blanco, Kumar, SMD for the sub. All right. Well, that's the story time, chat. It was only, technically, actually, like a 3-day break. Yesterday was just a travel day. So, you know, not that much happened, but I hope y'all enjoyed the story. Now, it is time for reacts. We have a lot of reacts today, chat. A lot of videos to get through. Number 1, we have a Fears of Fathom Woodbury Getaway official trailer for the new Fears of Fathom game that's dropping. I'm Joel for the sub. Then we have a Tomorrow's Teaching video. Kids vape explodes. You wouldn't believe it. Woman caught with 49.11 grams of meth in a grocery store. The deadliest outlaws of the Wild West. Male porn star on the secrets of the adult industry. Why Olympic athletes are poor. America's worst mountaineering disaster. And I already watched that. Never mind. That's the last video. Lock in chat. Lock in. It's a fucking gnat. All right. It was a gnat. Sorry. I recommended the meth one. Yeah, if y'all have any videos you want me to watch or games you want to play, video suggestion, game slash tab. It's how I find most of the videos I watch, games I play. So if you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, send those there. Hold up. I gotta sneeze. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It's gone. Hold up. I gotta read this real quick. Okay, lock in. Sorry. Put the reacts in the bag. Buddy, I had to respond to Brady. My editor messaged me. My apologies. The tacos and monkey for the sub. Joe Rice for the 3 says, love you, Joe. Nolan for the 1,000, but he says, what up, boss? What up, Nolan? All right, lock in. Here's the Fathom Woodbury Getaway.
Good evening, Vermont. This is
When does this drop, by the way? Not even for the 3. Can you watch this video on YouTube? It's only 3 minutes long. No! Send it in the video suggestion tab. I am sorry. I just shouted that out. Fuck! Thank you for the 4, though. I appreciate that. But that's why I shout out the video suggestion tab. Also, the link that you send, I can't even see because it just blurs links that you send in chat because you're not allowed to send links in chat, which is another reason why I say, please, video suggestion tab. It's only 3 minutes long. It was on my recommended yesterday. Kids Speaking Facts. Video suggestion tab. Send it there. Lock in.
your host on WK. Good evening, Vermont. This is your host on WKWB. As we embrace the first snowfall of the season, there's nothing like a perfect song to set the mood. So here's a
What did that say?
snowfall of the season. There's nothing like
Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Lloyd Associates.
a perfect song to set the mood. So here's a track that'll make you feel right at home. Coming up next, Be Sincere by Neb and Ultimates. Stay warm and stay tuned.
Oh my god, is it going to be a Christmas-themed Fears to Fathom game?
God. So many things. I guess for what most about it isn't just one thing.
I don't wanna talk about what's wrong
Never
or
mind.
right, but picture me up on the mic spitting what I like. I've been reminiscing on friends I'm missing, and maybe I can find them if they're still in my distance. Like, I don't mean shit weird, but come on man, be sincere. We're gonna be here 100 years, so let's appear
Dude, this looks amazing.
online and don't fight, man. I'm trying to make something from nothing and get some memories, cause there is plenty of me lurking in the streets, but you're certain that you're
This one looks longer than the others. I feel like this one's probably going to be... Actually, how long are the other ones? This looks like it would probably be like 4 hours.
This is surplus and to me. Like you cannot pick up the phone, you cannot even write back. You think this all we living for, isn't that sad? But if it's where we're
Oh my god, there's so many mini games.
headed, I don't want to recollect in the current moment, cause alone is feeling the direction. So hit me back and I'll send you some love. Don't intercept on me, cause I just want to be your one.
When does it come out, though? Do they not have a... Do they have a release date? I already said this before. I know we're playing the fucking FNAF game that just came out tomorrow. There's a lot of new games coming out though. A lot. September 12th. Ooh! Ah! Yo, September's gonna be a crazy game month. Casting of Frank Stone comes out. September 12th. Fears of Fathom, or not September 12th, September 3rd. Fears of Fathom comes out September 12th. Fuck, man. There's a new FNAF game. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy. What is it called? Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. Entirely new style, though. I'm definitely going to try it. Different game developers, though. All right. Lock it in. New Blue for the sub, Weed for the 3. Do you ever think you would play Cyberpunk? No. Livy for the sub, Gary for the $100! You do not need to keep dropping massive donos, Gary the Great, but thank you for the fucking dono, dude. Dub in the chat for Gary the Great. Thank you for the fucking dono, dude. I appreciate that shit. Says, how often are you locked in? Always. Never mind. Or not never mind. That was a lie. I'm not always locked in. Never, if I'm being honest. I'm a yapper. When I say lock in, it's mainly for my chat to motivate me to lock in, unless my chat's off topic, which happens, but the majority of the time I'm the one that's yapping and getting distracted. Not even for the 4. I already read that. Shay for the sub. Yo, and Gary, thank you for the fucking dono again, man. All right. Lock in. I always say it. Doesn't matter. Kids, vape explodes. You won't believe it. Tomorrow's teaching video. Probably going to be a shit show.
Coming up on tomorrow's teachings.
Show me. No micro penis.
Oh, you think you're just so smart?
Dude, are they going to add a micro penis into every single fucking tomorrow's teaching video? Like, I feel like that's the fucking topic of every single one now. Oh, you have a micro penis?
With wheels on your ass.
There's been an accident.
Hit the vape. Now.
How is all of this happening in 9 minutes?
All right, settle down. This is detention, not recess. All right, settle down.
Isn't that wrong? B squared minus 4AC over 2A is right. Is it B? It's minus B plus or minus? That is right? Oh my god, dude. That's what? The quadratic equation? I never remembered that. And they use that in the fucking SAT all the time. They use that in the SAT all the time. And I got a 13 under the SAT, and I just guessed on the quadratic equations. Or the quadratic formula. No idea. Never learned it. Got an A in calc. Never knew that. New blue and shade for the sub. But when you're in calc, dude, everything, you just use a calculator. Calc is short for calculator, chat, by the way. Or calculus.
This is detention, not recess.
It's slang.
Now, last week we covered the quadratic equation. The quadratic equation is expressed as ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, where x is the
Is he gonna shit himself?
Oh. I'll be right back. Finish the equation.
Can you get hit?
Yo, that's the most realistic thing in tomorrow's teachings. Motherfuckers hitting a vape in class and then blowing it into their shirt. No way his eyes rolled back into his head. It is a fucking nicotine vape. It is a nicotine vape. Buddy, you're not on salvia. You're hitting a Nick stick. You look like you just reached the fucking 4th dimension on that one.
Why smell like strawberries? You vaping?
Want a hit?
No, I do not want to hit. What is wrong with you?
Dude, calm down.
Shut up. I'm not talking to you. You know what they put in those things?
No, what?
Exactly. You could be inhaling rat poison for all you know.
I don't want it.
Oh, whoa, he's just trying to scare you.
Don't listen to him. He's not a good influence. Vaping isn't worth it. It's not good for you, man. Okay?
I don't think any high schooler is saying that. I mean, he's not wrong. But I don't think any high schooler is turning to a guy that's vaping in their class and going, man, that could, like, kill you. You know, like, you could be, like, vaping rat poison for all you know. That's not safe for you, man. Like, do you not care about, like, your well-being?
All right. Thanks, Mateo.
I have never and will never vape. I'm not saying that. Obviously, yeah, there's a shitload of people that don't vape. I'm saying the people that don't vape aren't saying that to vapors.
Mention it. Just looking up.
Now, if somebody whipped out a cigarette in the middle of class and just started fucking full dragging that, I'd go, okay, well.
For my generation.
You know, that's kind of crazy. Dude, you know what is wild, though, is like, in other countries, high schoolers can smoke cigarettes. And in the US, when, like, your parents were our age, like, you could buy cigarettes at, like, 18, 19 and just smoke cigarettes, like, outside of class. That just seems, I don't know, like, cigarettes just seems like a thing that, like, 30-year-olds do. Not anymore? Well, yeah. You still can? No, you can't. You have to be 21 to buy cigarettes. Or vape products. At least in the US. You can in the UK? Yeah, well, the UK motherfuckers start drinking alcohol when they're like 4. So. Whole different story.
Is this real?
Oh my god, are they looking at his micro penis? Is this a callback to the first video?
What are you guys talking about? What? That's not real. That's AI. I do not have a micro penis.
Didn't he get a vagina in the last video? Like, is it in the last video? In the last video, yeah, that was like a whole thing. There's like lore here.
Looks like it.
He's a different guy.
Guys, I do not have a micro penis.
Oh, it's a different universe.
I do not.
Dang, Mateo has a micro penis.
Fine then. I'll show you all.
Oh my god.
Mateo has a micro penis, bro.
No micro penis.
He's hung like a horse.
I thought that guy would have no voice lines. I thought he would just sit there the whole fucking video. Oh my god, no way. Don't tell me that's his only line.
Oh, Mr. Benson, what on earth are you doing?
It's not what it looked like. They're showing the lies. They're saying I have a micro penis, Mr. Benson.
You're going to the principal's office.
Mr. Benson, I swear, I can explain. I can explain what's going on.
Bro didn't even let him put his pants on first.
Show me.
Show you?
Show me the student body.
Oh my god. How does this have to do with a vape exploding?
Okay. Freak.
Bro, I'm covering this.
You really want to
I gotta scan this. No, it's fine.
see this meat?
That's Harvard material.
I know.
Harvard material?
I never had anyone want to see my meat like this.
Yeah, you're getting a full ride, son.
I wonder how Mateo is.
Forget about that loser. He thinks he's cool or something. Ugh, he got what he deserved.
You want another hit of the strawberry vape? You want to hit another you want another hit of the strawberry mango?
Here's your vape back.
Nah. Keep it. I got one more.
Most inaccurate thing in this entire video right there. Most inaccurate thing in this entire video right there. A high school nicotine addict giving somebody a vape for free. That is the most inaccurate. That alone is what's never happening, right? And that is 1 in a trillion, right there.
Okay.
Hey, what are you doing? You okay?
I don't know. Maybe Mateo was right. I don't think I should have this.
Hey, Jace. Is that a vape?
Don't tell me that kid's gonna hit it and he's gonna die. The kid's gonna hit it and he's gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, do you want to hit it? And it's gonna blow his head off.
Yeah.
You know, my brother got sick from smoking those. I don't think you should be doing it.
Oh, never mind.
Come on, Jimmy. Don't be such a downer. It's just a vape.
Jace, don't do it. You're better than that.
Ignore him, Jace. He's retarded.
Hey, I may look different, okay? But I know the difference between right and wrong. And vaping, that's just wrong. I gotta get to class.
Same.
Wait.
All right, vaping's not good, but bro, they're acting like he's like selling meth or something. I know the difference between right and wrong. And that is just wrong. Right? Like, I'm not sitting here acting like vaping's good, but he's not like he's not selling crack to his fellow students.
Hey, wait. Come with me.
Hit it for the one time.
Show you something.
Okay.
Actually, I lied. I want that back. Actually, I lied. Give me. No, I was just trying to be nice. Give me the vape back. Seriously. No, give me the vape. If you don't give me the vape, I'm gonna fucking crash out. I swear to God.
Blaze. What's up, bro?
Madam Blaze. Thought you graduated last year.
He did. Now he just works here. What do you want?
He sells vapes to high schoolers.
Shit. What do you got, bro? I got Max bars, puffers.
All right, bro. You're not a drug dealer. Like, hey, bro, what do you got? I thought he was gonna open his fucking chest up and show a bunch of shit. He just has a fucking cargo pants full of $10 vapes.
There's Hit Kings, whatever you want.
Hit Kings, dude. We have all the shit. We have all that ish, dude. You want anything?
Which one do you want?
Hell, man. I also got tobacco jewel pods. And if you want to spend a little bit extra, I got mango jewel pods from the UK.
I'll take the blue one.
I'll give you a little discount since you're a new customer. That's $20.
That's not a discount. That's... This is like when like people scam. This is like when people scam like young ass middle schoolers and give them weed for like $40, but it's just oregano. Yeah, man, it's like just $50 a gram, dude. Here it is. Oh, sick, man. Thanks. Oh, dude, we can smoke this out of an apple? Yeah, man, dude. It's gonna get you blitzed. It's just literally house oregano.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Sorry. Wait. Are you cool, man?
Huh?
Like, you ain't gonna rat on me? You ain't gonna rat on me, dog? Like, you ain't gonna rat?
What?
I don't know you're not a narc.
What's a narc?
A narc? Like a cop? You think he's a cop buying a fucking vape?
Narc? Like a cop? How do I know you're not gonna go snitch on me?
I won't. I promise.
Prove it. Hit the...
Bro did the Scout's honor. I promise.
Vape.
Actually, I'm just trying to get sober.
Yo, what are you talking about? Hit the vape. Now.
What the fuck is this guy gonna do, dude? You're not even in an alleyway. You're in the middle of the fucking street. He tells you to hit the vape, you just say fucking no. Right? This isn't like you're sitting in a trap house in the fucking basement with like a fucking fat-ass pit bull on a chain that's barking at you, and you have like a meth laying in front of you, and they're like, fucking snort it. Right now.
All right.
When is it gonna blow up?
All right, bro. That's it, buddy. Sure.
Jace was instantly hooked. He started vaping day in and day out, missing school and not showing up for anything important. His desperation led him to hook up with Blaze, all for the sake of getting free vapes. Jace was heading down a dangerous path.
Jace, you said you weren't gonna vape. What happened?
Oh, look. Here it is, the retard police. We're gonna do.
I want you to
What is man inhaling helium? What happened to his fucking voice? He sounds way different now.
stop, okay? You're better than this, Jace. This isn't you.
You think I'm better than what? Than you? Oh, you think you're just so smart with wheels on your ass.
Look, I may not be able to walk, okay? But at least I don't let something as stupid as a vape control my life.
Why don't you go and roll away and mind your own business?
Jace found himself hopelessly infatuated with Jimmy. He is in love, but felt utterly lost.
What? He's in love with Jimmy.
Unable to figure out what to do next. The knowledge that Jimmy was disappointed in him only made things worse. Jace didn't know how to cope with his emotions.
So he started vaping more.
And in his turmoil, he turned even more to vaping, his addiction growing stronger by the day. Jace,
in the middle of class, not even hiding it.
Had reached his breaking point. He decided to vape.
How often does the average vapor hit a vape? Like, I have a lot of friends that vape, but I'm not, like, counting when they hit it. If I had to guess, I feel like it's, like, every, like, 5 to 10 minutes. Not every minute. Like, if I'm looking at my friends, it's like every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes they'll hit it. Maybe if they're out, it'd be like once an hour or something like that. Not often. The addicts, yeah. Every minute is wild. Edible, look at chat. Somebody redeemed edible. Yeah, you're gonna have to refund that. You're gonna have to refund that, man. Smoking and Dr. Knockout and Aiden for the sub. Big for the sub. Chat, I have so much shit I have to get done when I'm done stream. I cannot eat an edible right now. Chai and Soul for the sub, Despite for the sub, Alex for the 3. Why is there sexual assault in every video? It's tomorrow's teachings. They try to check every box. Formidable for the sub, Floating for the 3. My high school is a smoking area where we're allowed to smoke cigarettes and vapes. No weed though. Nikki for the sub, Booty for the 3. Bro, that's wild. Your high school has a smoking area. Like, how many people in your high school smoke? Like every person, or is it like 1 out of every, like, 5 people? Puts for the sub, Booty for the 3. Floating for the 3. I'm watching every Daniel Henschel video, running an essay on the lore and creating a conspiracy theory. Matt and Shay for the sub, New Blue for the sub. 1 out of every 3. My 12-year-old sister vapes with her friends. Jesus. Like Q and 2? You mean like 1 and 2? You're saying 1 and 2 people in Australia vape or smoke cigarettes? East for the sub.
To numb the pain of his intense feelings.
Oh my god, fun fact. Chat, I'm going to get y'all to guess this. How many cigarettes, I found this out the other day, how many cigarettes do you think are smoked every day in the world? So in one given day, how many cigarettes are smoked across the entire Earth? All of y'all are undershooting the fuck out of it. Like, I'm seeing, some of you all getting close or a little over. Some of y'all just went like 10 million. 14 billion. 14 billion cigarettes are smoked every day. Because you got to think, even if there's a billion smokers, so there's 8 billion people in the world, right? Say there's only 1 in 8 people smoke. Say 1 in 8 people smoke, which is probably more than that. There's probably like 2 billion smokers in the world. Because you got to think of other countries. Like a lot of Asian countries, a lot of people smoke, right? Like a lot of people, like in Japan. But not even just that. Just say there's 1 to 2 billion people that smoke cigarettes. The average smoker is not smoking 1 cigarette per day. The average smoker is smoking, what? 5 to 30 every day? So that alone, I smoke 2 a day. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like if somebody smokes cigarettes, they're not smoking 1 cigarette. They smoke like a bunch. 30's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of people that smoke multiple packs. Didn't Post Malone smoke like fucking 50 cigarettes a day for a while? Dizzy for the 3. Gravity Falls is coming back. How do you know? Easton Dr. Knockout for the sub. But that's what I'm saying. 14 billion cigarettes a day is crazy. That's so many. Like, when I originally guessed, I was like, oh, maybe like 1 billion. But then I wasn't, like, if you really think about it, it makes sense. But, like, off your initial gut guess, you're probably going to be like, oh, 500 million. But, like, there's way more than that in smokers. How many smokers are in the world? 1.3 billion people use tobacco. and 80% of them live in low to middle income areas, where the burden of tobacco-related illness and death is heaviest. Mr. for the sub.
Feelings for men, especially Jimmy. With each drag, he sought solace, hitting the vape again and again and again. Hitting the vape again and again and again.
He's holding it in his hand, and the explosion made him shoot into the air. Is he dead?
Yes. There's been an accident. Room 22, hurry. There's blood everywhere.
Jace had become so reliant on his vape that it malfunctioned, sparking a fire that caused it to explode and kill him instantly.
What?
Tragically, Jace had been preparing to come out to his friends, but now, with his sudden death, his secret died with him.
What's up, guys? This is Oliver from
What's up, guys? Oliver here.
Tomorrow's Teachings. We hope you guys learned something from our new video. Make sure
Very educational. Very educational.
to like, comment, subscribe to Tomorrow's Teachings, and also check out our Patreon. Have a good one.
All right. Next. Floating for the 3. When I vaped once, I suddenly liked girls. It does turn you gay. Dizzy for the 3. They dropped some new shit. They were like files with a season 3 title. Zed for the sub. Are they really gonna make another season of Gravity Falls? Salty for the 3. Graduating high school next year. One of my teachers hits a vape mid-class. No joke. Really? Does he have tenure or some shit? If it's a teacher, I have a lot of teachers that smoke. When I was in college, like last semester, 2 of my teachers smoked cigarettes heavily. Like my philosophy professors. And I would leave, and they would just be smoking cigarettes and, like, outside. Just with other people. Even with other students. Smoke a cigarette with them. They don't really give a fuck. College is different, though. Like, high school, the relationship between teachers and students is, like, null. Like, they're just your teacher. But in college, like, I drank with 4 of my professors. Like, last year, we all went out to a bar at the end for philosophy club, and everybody was drinking with the philosophy professors. It's like weird. I don't know. It's just, it's a lot different. All right. Lock back in. Woman caught with 49.11 grams of meth in a grocery store. It's a Walmart. Shocker. Dude, 49 grams of meth is surely a lot of meth. You know, I'm not a meth expert here, but I did see Breaking Bad. And I know that through my knowledge of watching Jesse Pinkman, that meth is something that you usually buy dime bags of. And a dime bag is really small. 49 grams is multiple ounces of meth. How'd they find it, though? I mean, like, how does somebody know you have meth? If I just walk away with the meth, you know? Like, if you could realistically just walk around town with meth and nobody knows unless they search you. San Francisco.
The purple shirt. Is this your bag?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Wait,
oh my god, did she lose her bag?
You're under arrest.
Wait,
There's like an ounce of meth in there.
That's not mine.
You're under arrest. Why? Dude, the bag, it was literally, there was just only meth in the bag. There was, like, actually nothing else but meth. Like, you didn't even have, like, your wallet. Or, like, lipstick or lotion. There was nothing. It was just a bag of meth.
You're kidding me? Please don't.
Put your hands
That's not.
You're going to cause a scene.
Okay,
You're going to go on the floor.
Listen, I don't know why. What are you talking about?
Put your hands behind your back.
It's not mine.
Stop.
Oh my God, like, shut your
Stop.
Oh my God.
You are under arrest. Stop.
How much is 49 grams of meth worth? How much is a gram of meth worth? 1 gram is $20 to $40. I'm looking at Sacramento County's meth trends here. Sorry. What? See, dude, that's so much meth. The average user is high for 7 hours. 1 gram of meth allows the user to be high for 35 hours. Because the average dose of meth is 0.2 grams. Bro, that's like a year's worth of meth. Like, that's so much meth. 49 grams of meth. Is she selling it? Like, that's not a personal use. Sam for the sub, PP for the 3. One of my math classes, somebody smoked a joint and the whole class spelled and he got arrested. Well, yeah, he's smoking weed and he's inside.
Pause and see. There's an ounce of meth in your bag. Stop.
Dude.
Okay, you're done.
Stop!
Roll to your stomach.
I mean, if she's confident the meth isn't hers, I'd be like, all right, let's just walk outside and talk about it.
Okay. Stop.
People light cigarettes and joints in a school bathroom in my school. Dude, I remember there was a kid that threw a lit joint in a fucking trash can. I feel like this happens at every high school, though. Threw like a half-lit joint in a trash can and caught on fire.
This.
Not like a heavy fire, though. But like just like it didn't like start like a fucking school fire. Oh yeah, that's literally just a bag of meth.
Okay, you want to keep arguing?
Damn, he touched that shit with no gloves.
Okay, stand up.
Stand up. I can't.
Yep, just hold her knee.
Where do you get 49 grams of meth? Like, I think I could get a gram. Like, gun to my head, I think 5 hours I'd find meth. Right? I'd start asking around town, you know? I'd be like, hey, man, where's the meth? Walter White? Go to a plug? Oh, I'd just go to a dude on a street. If I'm being real, if I needed to find, in New Jersey, if I needed to find meth, I'm driving to Camden, and the first dude on the corner that's standing there in a sketchy hoodie when it's 90 degrees outside, I'm going to walk up to him. Oh, God, but that would just be, I feel like I'd get killed. My dumbass walking up and being like, hey, man, you got meth? I'd look up lingo. I'd be like, let me get an 8-ball. I'd probably scratch myself a little bit. I don't know. I would have to play, you look like a cop. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, they would not trust me. I'd probably pay one of my friends. If I was like tasked, say I was tasked with getting meth, I would probably pay one of my friends to go get meth for me. That's fucked up. Why? Then they're profiting and I'm not dying. That's an insult? No. I know some of my friends would be able to get through that. A little scruffier. I have some friends that are a little scruffier, got some unkept hair and beards. You know, maybe they'd be able to have better luck. Is meth illegal? Yes.
I left my bag inside of here. I did not. I don't.
Yo, why did she say that was her bag? Couldn't this have all been, like, low-key avoided if when he went, is this your bag? She just went, no. And just kept walking. Like, she knew the meth was in there. So I would just be like, no, that's not my bag. And then I would just leave. Maybe because it's a shitload of meth. And maybe, like, he didn't look in the bag. Maybe it's like $2,000 worth of meth, and so it's like, okay, that's like a risk to lose. They planted it. I feel like they plant like a small amount of meth on somebody, not that much. Maybe this isn't a Walmart. Oh, it's a Sam's Club.
Are you kidding me?
I'm absolutely not kidding you. That's why you're in your house.
Why does she have meth in a Sam's Club?
I don't know. Can you please have my food? My kids. My kids are over there. Can we please?
If I lost a bag of meth in a Sam's Club, I would just take the hit. I would just lose. I would just walk away. I would just be like, oh, I lost it. That wasn't my bag. It was a bag switch up. Like, why? Like, she probably, like, called for security to, like, find the bag.
Where are your kids at?
In the car.
Where's your car?
Over there.
Okay, what car?
That car over there. The truck.
What truck?
Oh, the Explorer, please. Please. Officer.
So, long story short.
What the fuck is this guy?
Part of it is she drops her bag in Sam's Club. Sam's Club collects it. She's got at least an ounce of meth in her bag. So, she's going to jail for that. So.
That's not. Okay.
Were they allowed to search her bag, though? That might be the argument there. Why did they search her bag? Sam for the sub. PB for the 3. I already read that.
Identifies it as her bag. She identified it as her bag.
Okay. Lovely. Well, there's nothing I can talk to her about. Do I get her keys? To give her.
I can look, but not right now.
Is that her husband?
Okay. Are there groceries in it?
Groceries where?
In her car?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Jeff. Jeffrey. R-E-Y. S. Julson. J-U-L-S-O-N.
Sorry. J-U-L?
Yep.
S-O-N?
Yep.
If you are going to legal search and you win, the charges will be dropped.
This doesn't sound right. But anyway.
And your date of birth?
2/20/61.
All right. If you just want to hang out with the kids in the car for right now.
Oh my God, our kids were in the car?
We'll work through that, and then we'll go through there from there.
All
okay.
right. Yep. I'll be here.
Okay. What's up? What's that?
Fuck the police. This is a victimless crime, SMH. You don't get arrested for personal use in a lot of scenarios. She has a trafficking amount of drugs, which is why she's getting in trouble. You don't get arrested. A victimless crime, that's why you don't get arrested for being high, right? If you call the cops and you're like, I'm on acid, you don't get in trouble because you don't have acid. That's why it's like a common joke that, like, if the cops show up, you smoke all your weed. Because if you're in a scenario where you're in a state where weed's... This was like 20 years ago. But say you're a fucking pothead in 2005 and the cop knocks on your door, smoke all your weed. Set it on fire. Because if you don't have drugs, you can't get in trouble for being high. That's not a problem. Possession is what's illegal. The use of a drug isn't illegal. The possession of the drug is illegal. And the possession that she has is enough for them to argue that she's selling it.
That's her dad.
What if you're driving? Well, that's a different scenario. But weed, you also used to be able to drive high in, like, the fucking 60s. Back when weed wasn't as strong and the cops didn't really give a shit about anything.
Oh, dropped her bag. Had an ounce of meth in it, so.
I just want to touch
Open the window. Turn the AC up. Okay. Not right now. All right.
But, like, what happened? Like, does she sell the meth? Is it her husband's meth? Is it somebody else's meth? You need a fridge restock? The reason I'm not restocking my fridge is because I'm moving setups next week, as I said. or just set up rooms. And so it just kind of be a pain in the ass to fucking stock drinks and then have to fucking take them out again.
I don't know. His future's in doubt. You're gonna leave this up to a potential leaving fiasco? That would just be...
I don't know. All right. She has a car as well. It's somewhere in here.
You're not bringing your fridge with you. Did you listen to what I just said? Later missed. I said I'm not buying new drinks because when I move, that fridge is heavy as fuck. And when I move the setup room, right, and I have to pick that up and walk it to a different room, it would be a pain in the ass if there's 50 pounds of fucking drinks in it versus me just picking up the fridge and it's empty and I walk down the stairs and put it in a different room. Jack and stand for the sub.
It's a 16 Explorer. It's Adam Frank Tom. This is the beginning of it. So that'll still need to be searched and then video review.
You're moving? Yes, dude. Last thing I'm saying about this. I'm changing setups. Sunday, I'm moving the background shit. So Monday stream, there's going to be no background, but I'll still be in this room. I'm changing setup rooms. Tuesday, I'm not going to be live. Wednesday next week. This is all next week. Tomorrow, I will be live. Next Monday, I'm moving, or next Sunday, I'm moving that. Next Monday, I'm streaming, and there will be no background. And then after that, I'm moving the setup Tuesday. That's why I'm taking off next Tuesday. And then next Wednesday, I'll be in the new setup. Only thing is, Bob might not be there. Other shit will be there. I'll probably add other trinkets. Bob might still be there, though. And then outside of that, the Daisy Showcase is going to go away. Surprise for the 5. Because she won't be in the same setup area.
It has to be done with staff there.
We need Bob, I know. But Daisy will make surprise showcases once in a while. But it won't be a redeemable thing. X Alex for the 3. Might not count as a search because usually if they find a lost person, they'll look for a Wilder ID.
So, that's where I'm at.
True.
Grandpa showed up with the kids, so they're fine with that.
Glory for the sound.
What's that?
Yeah. What's your fall schedule? 4:30 weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends. This week, we're streaming at 2 p.m. EST. Next Monday, I'm going to stream at 3 that week. And then the 26th, I'm going to stream at 4. And then the 2nd of September, I'll actually be live early because it'll be a holiday. But the 3rd of September, I'll be streaming at 4:30. So next week, we're starting to stream. We're going to slowly start streaming later and later on weekdays every week starting next week. This week, I'm obviously live at 2 p.m. Next week, I'll be live at 3. The week after that, I'll probably be live at like 3:34. And then after that, it'll be like 4:30, and we'll be back to our regular schedule. Because I know a lot of y'all are going back to class and work or college or wherever the fuck you're at. Sugar and Flurry for the sub.
Yeah. Where's your car?
What's tomorrow's live? I'll be live at 2. As I said, this week, I'm always live at 2. And weekends, I'm always live at 2 all year round. This week, I'm live at 2. Tomorrow, today's Reacts. Tomorrow, as I said, is the new FNAF game and then maybe some other random shit. Wednesday's the game Guilt. Thursday, I'm either doing Sim games or games with other streamers. Friday's Reacts and the Veterans Charity stream. Next Saturday, or this upcoming Saturday, is Cuphead DLC. This Sunday's Reacts. Next Monday, as I said, is probably games with other... No, next Monday is a Sim day. And then next Tuesday, I'm not live. Next Wednesday, we're back. And we're going to be in our new setup. But yeah. Somebody redeemed Hit Bob. Yo, refund the fuck out of that because I need to get through these reacts. I'm not pausing stream. Refund it. Refund it.
Or park that.
Lock in. If I'm being honest, I'm probably not going to be doing any dumbass redemptions today. Just because we need to get... my first day back, I need to get through these reacts. Lock in.
You didn't have your keys with you in your bag. Over.
Oh my god, they just got trash everywhere. A lot of cash. Some Red Bulls. My God, I'm itching my foot right now. It hurts so bad, chat. Should I get medicine for the bites or no? I feel like I just keep itching. I'm a dude. At this point. Ugh. God, we are fast forwarding through this. Buddy's just searching through her car.
Car there. I mean, it's completely piled in the back of stuff, so I didn't really bother with that. Just her immediate area in there. So, Dad is in the 1500, the Ram with the Harley. Okay. Jeffrey.
Oh, that's her dad? I thought that was her husband.
Jeffrey Julson. His dad.
Joe, we voted on a poll for you to play Ghost of Tsushima. Why'd you say maybe? Because I am a streamer that is allowed to make my own decisions at some points, and I am not guaranteed going to play Ghost of Tsushima right now, because there's a lot of other games that we have to play first. But I will, if I am playing a long survival game, is it going to be Ghost of Tsushima? Yeah. But I also might play Hollow Knight. But we're also doing the Cuphead DLC, and a bunch of other new games are coming out this August and this month. So I'm not in a rush to play Ghost of Tsushima if we play it. Drowsy for the sub. Or Drowsy for the sub.
So kids are with them right now.
Are you good to kick them loose? What do you want to do with her?
Well, she's going to go to jail.
Okay.
So yeah, she'll go to jail for like have the vacation. And then they can follow.
Say they don't even fucking talk to her in this video.
Is my house keys and stuff in my bag?
I don't know. These are the keys that you have.
There should have been house keys in my bag.
I don't know if there is or not.
Is that my bag?
Yeah, you identified it as your bag, so yes.
I had a teal shoulder bag, yes. That's all I identified, is that I'm missing my teal shoulder bag. Would I be stupid enough to carry it up? I just paid with it. So the only way I got in the bag is with my big wallet.
Okay. You want your keys to go with your dad
please.
so you can get your stuff. Okay. So you're going to go with this officer, and you're going to go down to jail. Okay.
I don't understand why.
Alright, can you step out for me?
Because
This is so dehumanizing for her, they just don't give a fuck? What do you mean? They said every cop is at best a loser, at worst a murderer. I would actually disagree. There are a lot of shitty cops out there, but to say that every cop's a loser is kind of wild. Some people actually just want to protect, you know, citizens and shit. Like, I don't want to call what you said fucking stupid, but you got to realize, like, a lot of cops are horrible, right? And cops are already in a position of power that they can abuse, right? That is every cop. Every cop is in a situation where they are above other people, and they're allowed to abuse their power if they so please in certain areas where they are not, you know, reprimanded for their actions. But there are a lot to say that every single cop that exists in the United States and in the entire world is just a murderer or a loser. Like, dude, some people, like, actually do care about, like, the people around them and want to, like, you know, help people. I don't know. Like, I understand the message of ACAB still stands true, that all cops are in a situation where they're able to abuse that power, and they have in the past and still do, right? But on an individualistic level, just because somebody's a cop doesn't mean they're a bad person.
Here's the keys for it. It is parked just the next aisle over.
Okay.
All the groceries are in it, so she said she's good with you taking the groceries and that stuff. Okay. Any other questions for me?
No, it's just strange. Just does not sound like. Doesn't sound like a.
Sure. All right.
Well, I'll go get a cart and we'll get the groceries.
Yeah.
He's not more shocked, which is confusing to me. Everyone else tucking their meth deeper into their purse as they walk by. Should have turned and said, still want to argue. This dude is deaf a dad. 49 grams of meth. Damn, is there anything Sam's Club doesn't have? Dude, maybe it wasn't her bag. Like, honestly, like, maybe it was planted. I don't know. Because we're not going to see an end of the video. It just stops. All right, well. Next. Jay skipping the sub pretzels for the 3. Joe, why are Americans so good at Rubik's Cubes? Because they're separating the colors. By the way, please unban my other account. You ask me to unban your account after you say a racial joke. And the user you gave me doesn't exist. Nova for the sub. Fatty for the sub. All right. Lock in. The Deadliest Outlaws of the Wild West. This is a cartoonish video, but who gives a fuck? Because it's going over the Deadliest Outlaws of the Wild West, and that seems interesting to me.
Let's start with the dangerous and slowly work.
Please watch Darman. A video suggestion tab, game suggestion tab. If you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, send those there. Exclamation my Discord video, /tab, game, /tab, and I find most of the videos I watch, games I play. Also, I have a try not to laugh tab that you can send shit into because we are going to be doing a try not to laugh soon. So if you have any videos that you think are funny, like funny short videos, you could send them there as well because we're going to be doing a try not to laugh very soon. But, Jack for the sub. Let's lock it in here. It's laggy. It's not lagging. The Deadliest Outlaws of the Wild West.
Work our way towards the most deadly outlaws. Let's start with the dangerous and slowly work our way towards the most deadly outlaws on the list.
I don't know of any outlaws in the Wild West. Chat, name an outlaw in the Wild West. And don't say Arthur Morgan. A one that actually existed. Bonnie and Clyde. Are they outlaws? They were bank robbers. Oh, Billy the Kid. Yeah, Billy the Kid. That's like the only one that I know. What is an outlaw? Like a criminal. It was easier to be a criminal in the Wild West because everything was so far apart. No one ever recognized you. There were no cameras, no fingerprints. So it was a lot easier to just walk into a bank with a gun, take their shit, leave, and never come back. And so stories would be told about outlaws, and they would draw pictures and shit of them to try and find who they were. Because it was a lot harder to find criminals back in the fucking crossing the United States days. When was the Wild West? Like the 1700s? 1607? 1607 to 1912. Oh, it was a very long period. The period that most people remember Wild West characters in was the mid to late 1800s. Soccer for the sub. RG for the sub. And Jack for the sub.
Number 10, Clay Allison. Clay Allison was nothing short of a wild man, a notorious gun.
Yo, they always have, like, the most random ass fucking photo. Like, what the is that actually him?
Fighter who earned a reputation for being extremely violent. Like in 1870, when Allison led an angry mob to the local jail to break out a man named Charles Kennedy, who had recently been convicted of murder. He would break him out of his cell, only to lynch the man himself.
What? So he got everybody to be like, that guy was wrongly imprisoned. And they went, hell yeah, let's go get him out. And then they got him out and hung him.
But for Allison, the man was not dead enough. So he began to decapitate the man as well, placing his head on a stake and proudly displaying it at the local saloon. Which, of course, traumatized all of the children who were coming in for a drink. Allison was such a wild man that he would oftentimes be seen riding his horse through town, completely naked, with nothing but his pistol on his hip.
Dude, are these real people, though? Like, that's a real guy. Like, he was butt naked, riding a horse, decapitated a guy. Like, how do they not die? They always die young, though. Like, I feel like every one of these stories, it's going to be like, yeah, Clay Allison, he had a long career. He died when he was 24. He started robbing when he was 12. You'd be like, holy shit, what the fuck?
But my favorite incident was when Allison accepted a dinner with a man named Chunk Colbert. Chunk was a notorious gunfighter who was rumored to have killed 7 men up to this point. And it was no secret that Chunk wanted nothing more than to see Allison dead. Now, of course,
so they ate dinner together and then did a gunfight? Yo, I would so cheat in a gunfight. Oh my god. They're dead. What are they gonna fuck? If some guy goes, yeah, I'm challenging you to a fucking shoot-off. 10 paces, and then we shoot. 1, 2, I turn around and shoot him in the fucking head. I ain't doing one shot either. I'm gonna be going, bang, 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 and then fucking, and then I walk away. Challenge you to a duel. Yeah, then other people kill you. That's what it is. Because other people watch, and if you cheat, they'll kill you.
Of course, Allison knew this, but he still accepted Chunk's dinner invitation nonetheless. While in the middle of eating dinner, out of nowhere, Chunk would jump out of his chair and quickly drawing his gun to shoot Allison dead, only to hit the edge of the table with his pistol, which prevented him from raising it up any further. And in one swift motion, Allison drew his weapon, shooting Chunk between the eyes. When asked by the locals,
what?
Why on earth would he ever accept dinner with a man he knew wanted to kill him? To which he replied, because I didn't want to send a man to hell on an empty stomach.
Damn.
Number 9.
Yo, that's kind of badass, though. Brisson 414 for the sub.
Cherokee Bill. Crawford Goldsby, or better known as Cherokee.
Bro, like that, like this kid gotta be like 15 and killed like 400 people. Like, that's what it's gonna keep getting into. We're gonna see one of these pictures, it's gonna be a toddler. They called him Salty Dan. Salty Dan killed 5 people before he turned 4.
Cherokee Bill was an infamous outlaw who was responsible for the murder of 8 to 13 men.
What?
Bill would become an outlaw in 1894 at the age of 18 when he would confront a man that had beaten up his brother. But once he was face to face with him, he realized he didn't want to get beat up as well. So he would just end up shooting the man instead.
Oh my god.
And from this point on, he would live the rest of his life on the run as a wanted criminal. Shortly after this incident, Cherokee Bill would join an outlaw group called the Cook Gang, which specialized in robbing banks, trains, and stagecoaches. Cherokee Bill's crime spree was long and involved many heinous crimes. But to better understand this man's insane—
Bro, you could deadass get away with any crime in, like, the 1800s. Like, you could kill someone and then just go over to the next town. And, like, okay, maybe not the next town. Maybe, like, a few towns over. Like, a 30-minute drive, and they're never gonna see you. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? What crime would you commit? Oh, I'll rob a bank, dude. Oh, my God. If I could fucking— because I know some of the outlaws were, like, chill. Where they would— because they used to have debt only on paper. Like, now, if you're in debt to a bank, they fucking have that everywhere. Like, you can't wipe people's debt clean. But people that would rob banks in the 1800s would walk into the bank, rob the bank, and then rip up all the debt bills and leave. And so yeah, they'd steal some of your money, but at the end of the day, like, now nobody's in debt because they would just fucking rip all that shit up.
Work ethic, let's just take a look at a small section of his crime spree, starting with June 17th, 1894, when Bill shot and killed Deputy Sheriff Sequoia Houston in a gunfight. Then 1 month later, Bill would even clock in for holiday pay, shooting and killing 2 men on the 4th of July. Then 2 days later, on July 6th, he was rumored to have killed a railroad worker. Then a few weeks later, on July 30th, Bill and the Cook Gang robbed the Lincoln County Bank in the Oklahoma Territory. As you can see, Bill's crimes were non-stop, and they would continue at this pace until the day he was caught, which came on January 31st, 1895. But even in jail, Bill's Silvertooth activities would continue, as he somehow managed to get his—
1895. Like, that sounds a long time ago. That's like 50 years before some of y'all's grandparents were born. Like, your grandparents' grandparents were alive when Cherokee Bill was just stepping into a fucking saloon and shooting people in the face. Like, that wasn't that long ago.
hands on a revolver.
I mean, like, yeah, it's fucking over 100 years ago. Like, it's a long time. But I'm saying, comparatively, there's people alive now that have grandparents that were alive when he was alive.
And in an attempt to escape, he would end up shooting a jail guard in the stomach and back. But it would all be for nothing, as he would be locked back up in his cell. And on March 17th, 1896, Cherokee Bill, the most infamous outlaw of the time, would be hung for his crimes. And just moments before his execution, he was asked if he had any last words, to which he replied, "I came here to die, not make a speech." Which is just a...
Yo, how do they all have hard-ass lines? How do they all... Yo, no way all of them have, like, some fucking aura, like, some cold-ass... Yeah, bitch, I came here to die. Not give a speech. Kill me. Like, what? I would be like, I don't know what to say. Let's get it over with. Like, some shit like that. Like, what the fuck? Do you think they thought about it beforehand? Like, do you think Cherokee Bill was sitting in his cell just like, all right, the guy's gonna ask me what I want to say. What's like a badass line that I could probably tell him? Nowadays, people just start quoting, like, animes or some shit. Nobody would be unique. If there were Outlaws today and you got executed, somebody would just pull out, like, a line straight out of, like, fucking Death Note or some shit. Or, like, fucking, like, like One Piece. I guess the search for the One Piece was the friends we made along the way. And then he dies. Axel for the sub. It's IC for the 10. Says, thank you for the happiness you bring to the world. Well, thank you for the 10, and thank you for the nice message. I love Joe for the 5. But go through and break up your streams really help me get my mind off of it. I'm so grateful for everything you do. I want you to know that I really help you. Thank you. Well, thank you for the fucking nice message. And thank you for the 5. I love Joe. And I'm sorry you're going through a breakup, but I'm glad I was able to help, in any way that I could. To Leon for the sub, Mason for the 4. I have a movie idea in my chat. It's a little long to type here. Giant and Briss for the sub. I will look at this very briefly. And then I want to get back into the videos. Venom for the sub. The movie plays a man who spent most of his life chasing all these murderers and missing people reports but never found them. As the movie plays out, the man gets older. And then he starts to realize he did all the murders and stuff, but what made him not remember it was he was starting to lose his mind. That kind of just sounds like a spin-off of Shutter Island. But it would work.
Total cop-out, since the man obviously had a fear...
Or Fight Club. Yeah, it's like Fight Club mixed with Shutter Island.
...for public speaking. Number 8. George Parrott. Now, most of the outlaws from the Wild West had some of the coolest nicknames. Names like Billy the Butcher, Shotgun John Collins, Pistol Pete.
Pistol Pete's a badass name.
James Wild Bill Hickok.
Boring.
Kevin Black Eye McLuffin. Texas Jack. Bronco Bill.
Yo, no way he's just pointing at a sword right now. Or is that a gun? Is he just pointing his fucking pointer finger at the sword right now? Bronco Bill.
The Kentucky Cannibal. The last...
How old is that photo? Like, that looks like that has to be from, like, 1805. That's... Dude, the photo looks dirty. And what's so crazy is that's not what the world looked like. You always look at these pictures and you're like, damn, dude, everything looks so old. But, like, their world looked just like ours. And I know that's obvious, but in my head, when I was a kid, I used to watch black and white films and think to myself that that was the world. Like, if I watched, like, Mary Poppins, or not Mary Poppins, that's a bad example. If I watched, the one with the yellow brick road, what is that movie? What is that movie called? I fucking forget the name of it. And the Yellow Brick Road. Wizard of Oz. When you watch The Wizard of Oz and the movie's in black and white, like, until it turns to color, like, part of you is just going, yo, like, look, that's, like, actually what the world looked like. It's IC for the 30. Thank you for the nice message. Thank you again, Joe W. Streamer. Thank you for the fucking 30. And Justin for the sub off for the 1,500 biddies. Says Joe, I love you. Thank you for the 1,500 biddies. RQ for the 3. Says love you, Joe. Venom for the sub.
a Kentucky
RJ for the three says W stream.
Cannibal. The last one might still be up for debate. But my point is, most outlaws had really cool names. But sadly for George Parrott, he got stuck with one of, if not the worst one, as he would be known as Big Nose George, or Big Beak.
Yeah, don't press my man Big Nose George. You don't walk on him like that. You don't talk shit on Big Nose George like that. That's a badass nickname.
Parrott. And with a nickname like that, it's no surprise
Big Beak Parrot, that's bad. Jimmy and Gavin for the side.
That the man was very angry and went on to commit some of the most disgusting crimes, from robbing trains, stagecoaches, and cattle to the classic Wild West pastime, cold-blooded murder. And after many years of crime, it would all eventually come to an end. On August of 1878, Big Nose George and his gang would attempt to derail a train in Wyoming by removing a stake from the tracks. But to their surprise, they would be—
Yo, what do you think his gang members were called? They had Big Nose Pete, Earlobe Larry, One-Eyed Willie. That looks like an infant. That's...
spotted by a railroad worker. Knowing that they had been identified, they quickly fled to
Baby Bob.
Rattlesnake Canyon. But what they didn't know is that the gang was being followed by two lawmen. These two lawmen had a very unique set of skills, as they were specially trained to track criminals down. And as they began to track the faint
Is he licking the fucking ground?
footprints left by the gang's horses, they would eventually arrive at Rattlesnake Canyon, where they were easily spotted and murdered. After these killings, a large bounty of $20,000 was placed on George's head, which is over $600,000.
What? Oh my god, $600K to find him?
In today's money. But it wouldn't be until 1880 that George
Yo, being a bounty hunter was like an actual career back then.
would finally be captured. Once in jail, things would take a shocking—
How do you even find him though? Yo, that's like some Sherlock Holmes shit where you're like smoking a pipe, you're a bounty hunter smoking a pipe, sitting in a rocking chair, like reviewing the 4 pieces of information in a photo. You go, I know, let's go to the local bar. And then he's just there because you live in the Wild West and there's 10 people that live in your town.
Turn when George would get his hands on a pocket knife and sawing off his shackles, which he used to smack the jailkeeper over the head and fracturing his skull, only to be held at gunpoint by the jailkeeper's angry wife, who was obviously very disgusted with what she saw. Her once ugly husband was now ugly and deformed. News quickly began to spread of George's escape attempt, and a large group of 200 people would rally and come to his rescue, breaking him out of his cell. Once he was set free, a rope was quickly tied around his neck and he was lynched. It turns out
Why did they just shoot him?
the group was an angry mob. George's skull was then used as an ashtray for many years, and his skin was used for a pair of shoes.
Wait, what?
Quickly tied around his neck and he was lynched. It turns out the group was an angry mob. George's skull was then used as an ashtray for many years, and his skin was used for a pair of shoes.
They made shoes out of his skin and his skull to fucking put out cigarettes?
Both his skull and shoes are now—
What? Oh my god, Big Nose George was a horse thief bandit. 1881, a mob of vigilantes lynched him in downtown Rollins.
now proudly displayed in museums. Number 7. Bill.
Yo, why can we not take field trips to that shit when I was in fucking 3rd grade? Why do I have to go to the most boring ass museums in the fucking world? Why can't I go to one where I read some shit and it just said, yeah, Big Nose Bob. He used to steal horses and kill people, and then the townspeople got mad and fucked his shit up and then put cigarettes out in his skull. Like, I'd be like, damn.
Bill Doolin. Bill Doolin was an outlaw and founder of the Wild Bunch Gang. They were responsible for multiple crimes, from robberies to outright murder. Doolin's crime spree mostly took place in the Oklahoma and Indian Territory and lasted from 1892 through 1896. But it wouldn't take long for the Wild Bunch to become one of the wealthiest and most powerful gangs in all of the Wild West, amassing an estimated value of $165,000, which would be over $5 million
Damn, they really made money like that.
in today's money. Now, depending on when you're watching this video, that's about the price of a really nice single-family home or the price of a used pickup truck. The gang was so successful at robbing trains and banks, the states had no choice but to place large bounties on all of the members. They were wanted dead or alive. And by 1895, most...
But do you think the people that had bounties on them had people actively looking for them? Or was it like you're drinking at a bar and you just see that guy and fucking kill him? I feel like that's how they usually would have died. Like, the majority of the guys that have bounties on them, it's like you know of the bounty and you don't really do anything about it. But then if you just, like, stumble across him, you're like, holy shit, if I kill this guy, I make fucking 100 grand.
Most of its members had been killed, either by lawmen or bounty hunters who were out seeking the reward. Bill himself would be captured and jailed on January 15th, 1896. But just 6 months into his jail sentence, he would manage to get his hands on a revolver, sticking up one of the jail guards and forcing him to unlock the jail door and escaping, leading to a massive manhunt that would end with Bill being cornered inside of a farm. Surrounded by lawmen, he was
did he kill himself?
ordered to come out peacefully. And a few moments later, Bill would walk out and shooting at everyone that surrounded him, only to be instantly put down with a shotgun blast. It turns out that a 1v20 is never a good idea. Number 6, Jim Miller. James Brown Miller, or better known as Killin' Jim or Killer Miller,
Bro,
was
they
an
always have, like, the mob photos. Like, this guy's wearing a long-ass trench coat, a top hat, holding a fucking cigar.
outlaw, a professional hitman, and a lawman.
In elementary school, they would take us to Jamestown and tell us we were standing on mass graves of cannibalized settlers. What? I never did that shit. Sorry for the last message, W chatters today. It's Icy, thank you for the 10, and Jimmy for the sub, Gavin for the sub.
Killin' Jim was a notorious gunman who is considered one of...
It's John Marston? Who the hell's John Marston?
If not the most violent man of the Wild West. It's estimated that he killed a minimum of 12 men, but some reports claim that the number could have been as high as 50. Those reports, of course...
How the hell do you not know the fucking... like, that's not a range, dude. 10 to 50?
Coming from Jim himself.
Red Dead Redemption 1.
Which we can all agree is genius marketing. Now, some of these killings were justified as they were committed against criminals early on while he was a lawman. The others, on the other hand, were just unlucky, as those were just outright cold-blooded murder. With most of those taking place once he switched sides and becoming a notorious hitman, charging $150 per hit, which is about...
Dude. Give me $150 and I'll fucking kill him for you. Obviously, that's before inflation, but still.
$5,000.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot. I thought he was gonna say $150 today was like 40 grand. $5K to fucking kill someone? That is not worth it. That's still cheap. $5 grand in today's money. Chat, how much is a reasonable price for a hitman to get paid? Like $1 million, dude. Like $1 million. Like, if I don't know. Just in today, back then it was also probably less because, like, the odds that you got caught and the risk was lower. But still, like, for you to just kill someone, I feel like today, like, $1 mil, man. Like $1 mil. 500K, 20K, 10K. You think $10,000 is a reasonable amount to kill somebody? That is not even 1/3 of what the average American makes in a year. That's like 4 months' income to murder someone.
In today's money. And for the next few years, Jim was hired to kill many men. And in 1908, he would get hired by 3 wealthy men to kill a former deputy U.S. Marshal named Allen Augustus. The plan was simple. Pay Jim $1,000.
The plan's simple. Walk up to him and shoot him because no one had protection back then.
$700 to kill Allen. And once he...
Did the fucking U.S. presidents have protection back in, like, the 1800s? Like, who was president in, like, 1850? Millard Fillmore. Did Millard Fillmore have, like, bodyguards, or did he just walk around? Like, were people actively trying to kill the president then? JFK? Well, did JFK not have any protection? I know he got assassinated, but I'm saying I feel like they had protection at JFK's time. It was just bad. They had not necessarily Secret Service, I don't know. But I know he had, like, guards. He was just fucking driving around in an open car and he got shot. Andreas for the sub.
He was dead. The three men would
Can we skip this video? It's dead as fuck. Chat, do you want to skip this video? I fuck with it.
acquire his land. So the following day,
If y'all want to, I will. Mods, do a poll.
Jim would ambush Alan on his property, shooting him twice with a shotgun. As Alan was left to die on the floor, his wife would run to the scene. And in his final words, he would manage the strength to say the name Jim Miller. Soon, Jim and the three men that hired him were captured and
Wow! In his last breath, he said the guy that killed him.
arrested. They were all taken into custody to await trial. But word quickly began to spread that there wouldn't be enough evidence to convict the men for this crime, so the townspeople would take justice into their own hands.
Oh my god, and storm the prison and hang them? Is that like a common occurrence in the 1800s?
Breaking all four men out of their cells.
What
and
the fuck?
dragging them to a nearby barn, placing all of them on a platform with a rope around their necks. As the other three men cried and begged for their lives, Jim
Don't tell me Jim's gonna say some hard line. Stop. Stop.
showed no emotion. He was just eager to get the show over and done with, yelling, "Let her rip!" and
Involuntarily jumping off. Oh my god. I was gonna say let her rip isn't that badass. He fucking killed himself. He literally said let her rip and then jumped off and hung himself because they were trying to execute him. What the fuck, man?
voluntarily stepping off his platform to hang himself. The rest of the men were not so brave and would be taken care of by the angry mob. Number 5, Sam
What
Bass.
the fuck, dude? Not one of them have been like, no, please.
Sam Bass was an infamous train robber and the leader of a gang called the Sam Bass Gang, a gang that would become famous when they pulled off the largest train robbery in American history. But before we get to that,
Is that what some of Red Dead Redemption's based off of? Because some of what these guys are saying, I feel like you do in Red Dead. Like, you do the train robbery in Red Dead. Or no. Like, I feel like a lot of that is just reenacting a lot of what the Outlaws already did.
let's first cover Sam's
Blackwater Bank heist.
origins. Believe it or not, Sam tried to live an honest life, working many jobs. He was a cattle wrangler, a horse racer, an advertising sign spinner.
Back
Okay,
then?
one of those I might have made up.
Wow.
At one point, he would even work for the railroads, where he would load goods onto the carts. Sam could have continued to live an honest life if it wasn't for his gambling addiction, in which he accumulated enormous debts that he could not pay off, which is what led him to a life of crime. He would begin by robbing stagecoaches, but eventually he would put together a gang that would specialize in robbing trains. Using the knowledge he acquired while working for the train companies, he managed to pull off 4 consecutive train robberies outside of Dallas, Texas. But in 1878, Sam and his gang would pull off the greatest train robbery of...
Bro, this really could have been me, though, back then. Scully said did not mean to unban that guy. What guy? What's their at, Scully? Joe Bar for the sub. Lay, and Andreas for the sub. Dude, if you got in debt like that, you literally could just go, all right, well, now I'm gonna go rob a train to pay it off. They said a slur.
all time. When they managed to rob a Union Pacific train, stealing $60,000 worth of gold, a value that is close to $2 million in today's currency. And after this robbery, the gang would immediately split up for good. The following year in
I mean, that's good though, right? They do the last heist and then just fucking dip.
1878, Sam must have gotten bored of being retired and rich. So he would put together
They got away with it and they're trying to do it again. Air for the sub, Joe Bar for the sub.
a new gang. And on July 19th of the same year, they would attempt to rob a bank in Round Rock, Texas. A robbery that would have been successful if there hadn't been an outlaw turned informant in his gang. And once the gang arrived at the bank, a shootout broke out. With his gang being shot and killed, Sam would take off on his horse, escaping town. The following day, Sam would be found helplessly laying in a pasture north of town, covered in his own blood from a bullet wound he suffered the day before. He would be rushed back to town, where he would die the following day.
Damn.
Number 4, John.
All right, that's the only one that's not that badass, but I mean, like, he couldn't really do anything about that. Maybe he did say some hard-ass shit.
Wesley Hardin. John Wesley Hardin had to have been the most psychopathic killer of the Wild West, committing his first crime as a child when he stabbed a classmate after a fight. Then in 1868, at the age of 15,
they had school then?
He would take it a step further when he began to argue with the man, but not wanting to risk being wrong, he would quickly settle the argument by shooting and killing the man instead.
When he was 15.
After the murder,
so he already stabbed somebody when he was a kid, and then when he was 15, he argued with a guy and said, "I'm not wrong," and then killed him.
He would go full Jason Bourne, killing 3 Union soldiers who tried to arrest him.
Wow.
And in 1871, while traveling up the Chisholm Trail, he killed another 7 people, then 3 more in Abilene, Kansas. And in the coming years, he would add an additional 4 men to his death list. By 1878, Hardin had killed at least 20 men, but some reports speculate that it could be as high as 40. The murder of a former state policeman and a sheriff would be the ones to get him arrested. John Wesley Hardin would then serve the next 14 long years inside of a Texas prison. After serving his time, he would eventually be released.
Don't tell me he immediately goes back to killing people.
And in 1895, in El Paso, Texas, Hardin's girlfriend would get arrested for carrying a pistol. Hardin exploded with anger, threatening to kill the officer who had arrested his girl. A few hours later, Hardin would be spotted at the local saloon shooting dice, when a man walked behind him and shooting him in the back of the head.
What the fuck? They just kill people randomly.
He would be dead before he ever knew what was happening. The man who had shot and killed him was the same officer he had threatened a few hours earlier.
Wow, just in different clothes? The cop didn't even arrest the guy. He just fucking walked up to him and shot him. Holy shit, dude. That is actually crazy. All right, hold up. Lock back in. All right, for the subs, Ackers for the 3. I want to say you make my day every day, and you streaming does more than you realize. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you.
The officer simply did not want to take the chance to end up on Hardin's
called the
death
Wild
list.
West. Yeah, but I know the Wild West is usually inaccurately depicted. Like, these are, like, the specific people. I know there was still a lot of shit that went on, but, like, it wasn't a very common occurrence for people to just duel and kill each other. Like, people died a lot, but for the most part, you're not just going to sit in, like, a casual bar in the Wild West and just witness fucking 5 people get shot in the face.
As for the officer, an El Paso jury would end up acquitting him for the murder of Hardin, as they felt that he had done the town a favor. Number 3, Jesse James. Jesse James is perhaps the most famous...
Oh, I know Jesse James West, yeah.
...outlaw of the Wild West. James' appetite for violence began at the very young age of 16, when he joined a guerrilla group called the Bushwhackers, which is not at all what it sounds like. The Bushwhackers were a pro-Confederate guerrilla warfare unit during the Civil War and carried out some of the most atrocious crimes against Union
fitness influencer? No, not that guy.
Soldiers and
same name, different dude.
Anyone who supported them. Let's just take a quick look at 2 of these incidents. Beginning with the Lawrence Massacre of 1863 in Kansas, where 150 unarmed men and boys were killed. Then there was the Centralia Massacre of 1864 in Missouri, where 24 unarmed soldiers were executed. A young Jesse James took part in both of these incidents. But now that you know exactly...
So they just ran in town and started shooting people and then left and did it multiple more times.
Who Jesse James is, let's continue. After the Civil War had ended, Jesse, his brother Frank, and some former Confederate guerrillas would come together, creating a gang called James Younger Gang. which would soon become the most
What a dumb name for a gang. I feel like we're going to witness the first bad death sentence. Hey, any last words? No. Shoots him.
feared outlaw gang in all of American history. The gang would first begin by robbing banks, trains, and stagecoaches. Now, the reason this gang was
Chat, what would your Wild West gang name be?
so feared was, well,
You got to do something simple. Simple but memorable. The toe choppers.
they never
You cut off everybody. You cut off their toes, right? They get so it's like it like breeds fear because they know that if you fuck with me, like I'll cut off your feet.
hesitated to kill anyone who got in their way. The door guy at the bank, the bank teller, the man who just happened to walk into the bank while they were robbing it.
They didn't even like tell him he could just fucking leave. They just killed everybody and took their shit.
The little orphan who previously got squished crossing the road in my second video.
Oh my god.
The James Younger gang terrorized the U.S. from 1869 through 1879,
10
robbing over
years?
20 banks and countless trains during this time. Now, the crazy part is that Jesse James and his gang were treated like local celebrities, since they were seen as standing up for the Confederate movement. They were constantly sensationalized and romanticized in the newspaper.
No. Oh, hell no.
Which garnered them a ton of local support. It actually got so out of hand that when the gang
So they were just a group of a bunch of racist guys that killed people.
robbed the banks and stagecoaches, crowds would begin to form and watch from the sidelines, hoping to get a peek. But after 10 long years of crime, the gang would finally dwindle down, as many of the members began to die in shootouts. And by 1879, only Jesse and his brother remained. With the bounty on Jesse's head becoming larger and larger, he would ask the Ford brothers to move in with him, as the brothers were the only two people he trusted, as they had been members of his gang in the past. They agreed to move in. And on the morning of April 3rd,
Did they kill him?
1882, while James was hanging a picture frame up on his wall, one of the brothers shot him in the back of the head. The two brothers collected the reward money shortly after. And were
Yeah, dude, like there's no, like the second you get a bounty on you, you can't trust anybody, bro. If you got a crime group, like why wouldn't they kill you for fucking 10 grand?
later exonerated for the murder. Number 2, Billy the Kid.
Only 10K? 10K back then. 10K back then. 10K in 1879 today. That'd be $314,000 today.
McCarty, or better known as Billy the Kid, was an outlaw and a deadly gunfighter. Billy the Kid's life would dramatically change in 1874 at the age of 15, when his mother would die from tuberculosis. Their stepfather, not wanting to raise Billy and his brother alone, would
left
end up
them?
abandoning them.
What?
Leaving both of the boys orphans. With no one to look after them, they began to steal food to survive. Eventually, Billy would be caught by police for his robberies and placed inside of a local jail. During the night, Billy somehow managed to shimmy up the cell chimney and escaping from his cell. And from this day to the day that he died, Billy would remain a wanted fugitive. For the next few years, he would join multiple gangs, committing many crimes, from robberies to murder. He would even be arrested several times. But by the early 1870s, Billy would settle down working an honest job as a cowboy for a man named John Tunstall. John was a businessman who had many enemies in the business world.
And he killed him for him? I don't actually know the story of Billy the Kid. I just know who Billy the Kid is.
In 1878, with the help of the town's sheriff, those enemies sent a large group of men to seize John's cattle. As John went to confront the men, the group would end up shooting
Billy just stood out there and fucking shot all of them. Billy just got out there and fucking killed all their asses.
him in the chest, knocking him off his horse. As he laid on the floor, one of the men would walk over to him and executing him with a shot to the back of the head. Little did these men know, they had all but sealed their fates. This incident would mark the start.
Oh my god, because Billy was actually trying to have a regular life, and then these motherfuckers come in and fuck it up. So he goes on a fucking rampage, hunts him down like John Wick, like fucking Taken, like the goddamn movies.
Of the Lincoln County War.
But he was before the movies.
Group called the Regulators was created. The group's goal was simple. They swore to kill every single man that took part in John's murder. Billy the Kid was one of those members. It didn't take long for the Regulators to begin getting their revenge. Starting by...
Yo, imagine hearing that news. Imagine being like a group of 10 guys that was an enemy of a dude and you kill him. And then one by one, you just keep getting letters that every one of your friends is dead. And this group is like trying to find you. And like now there's like eight out of the 10 dead and there's only 2 left. And you're like, holy fucking shit.
By killing the 2...
I'd start fucking, I'd make a boat. I'd make a boat and I'd fucking start paddling to a goddamn different country.
Gunmen
I'm walking to Mexico.
Murder John. And in 1878, the Regulators would ambush the town sheriff and his deputies, killing them all in a shootout. The Lincoln County War would last for around a year, with many killings taking place. After the war was over, Billy the Kid would become a wanted man for the murder of the town sheriff. And in 1880, he would finally be captured and jailed. He would be sentenced to hang for his crimes. But Billy had other plans, and on April 28, 1881, he would get into a fight with one of the jail guards, stealing his revolver and killing him.
Oh my
Then from the
God.
second story, Billy would taunt the second jail guard when he yelled, "Look up, old boy, and see what you get." And the moment the second jail guard looked up, he was blasted with a shotgun that Billy acquired from their office. Billy the Kid had managed to escape from jail once again. A $500 reward would be placed on Billy the Kid.
At 18? 5'7", 125 pounds, light hair, blue eyes, even features, the leader of the worst band of desperados the territory has ever been dealt with. The word above will be paid to his captor or positive proof of his death. Bro, but what if you hunt for him and you kill a guy that just looks like him? Like, has that ever happened? Where they're like, well, this matches the features. You kill a guy and it's not him.
He was wanted dead or alive. Many men and bounty hunters began to track him down. And on July 14th, 1881, Billy's luck would finally run out when he would be killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett with a shot to his chest. Billy the Kid would go down in history as one of the most legendary outlaws of the Wild West. It's speculated that Billy had killed around 21 men during his short time on Earth and was just 21 years old at the time of his death.
Dude, doing that, but like he did that much and died at 21. Like at the age, you're not even out of college then in fucking average society. This motherfucker, 1 kill per year. No, more than 1 kill per year. He's not killing people when he's 5.
Number 1. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Robert Leroy Parker and Harry Longabaugh are 2 of the most famous outlaws of the Wild West, but most will know them by their nicknames, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. The reason why they're both in the number 1 spot is because they would become partners. But before we talk about how they became Wild West legends, let's first cover the origins of Butch Cassidy, the man who would become the leader and founder of the Wild Bunch Gang, a name that was inspired by Bill Doolin's gang, which we covered in the number 7 spot. Butch began committing crimes at an early age, from stealing cattle to minor offenses. But it wouldn't be until June 24th, 1889, that he would cement himself as one of the most brilliant outlaws the world had ever seen, when Butch and 3 others successfully robbed the San Miguel Valley Bank in Colorado, escaping with around $24,000, which is equivalent to around $800,000 today.
Oh my God. Dude, modern day banks don't even have that much money. Like today. The amount of cash it's because everything's online now, comparable to then. But, dude, if you robbed a bank now, you're not getting $800K. Like, if you rob a local bank, how much money do y'all think you're going to get? You're going to get, like, 20 grand. You're gonna get nothing. I mean, it's $20,000, but to rob a fucking bank, you're going to get nothing. Because they're going to give you whatever in the tellers. They might have some money in the back. But, like, unless you're going to a big, central, like, vaulted bank, you're going to get nothing. Somebody said local ? Local meaning, like, a chained bank. Like if you go to a Chase Bank or a fucking Wells Fargo or some shit like that. Like those just general banks don't carry a lot of money. It's the ones that have, you know, they're in New York and they have like massive amounts of money on hold. Those are the ones that you can actually get a lot of.
The reason why a robbery this
And
large
you're just going to immediately get arrested because they're going to press a button and then they fucking call the cops on you.
was successful was thanks to Butch's meticulous planning.
You get more money pickpocketing? Yeah, you can steal fucking 6 watches and get more money.
As he scouted the targeted area for weeks, taking every single escape route into consideration. Butch also had custom leather bags made to withstand the weight of the loot that was to be collected. He would also create an escape system where multiple horses would be stationed along the escape route, creating a relay system of fresh horses, guaranteeing that anyone pursuing them would not be able to keep up. Butch simply left nothing to chance. Tactics like this were the reason Butch and the Wild Bunch gang were successful in robbing multiple banks and trains for over a decade. Now, the most shocking part is that Butch and the Sundance Kid never shot or killed anyone.
But what the fuck do you even do with $800,000 in the Wild West? Nothing's that expensive. A house is a fucking $1. A beer's 10 cents. Like, equivalently, what the fuck? Okay, now you're rich. Now what? You could have alcohol in a home. You still have no technology or air conditioning or electricity, and the cars, you know, kind of starting to come around, but...
One during these robberies. But after a decade of crime and the increasing pressure from law enforcement, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were forced to leave the country, making their way into Bolivia, where they would end up getting into a shootout with Bolivian soldiers. And both Cassidy and the Sundance Kid would end up dying in that battle. The men were then buried together at the local cemetery. Well, at least that's how the story goes. You see, in the 1990s, their bones' DNA was examined and were attempted to be matched with the DNA of their living relatives.
Oh my god, did they fake their own deaths? Did they fake their own deaths?
But there was a problem. Neither of their DNAs were a match. The bodies of the 2 men that supposedly died in a shootout in Bolivia were not Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, with some even speculating that both men survived the night of the shootout and returned back to the United States shortly after, living the rest of their lives as wealthy men under a new identity. They might not have been the most dangerous outlaws of the Wild West,
And they can't even tell anybody.
when it comes to killing.
Like, what a badass thing to do. Be like, yeah, I faked my death in Bolivia. No, the fuck you didn't. Yes, the hell I did. Then you say who you are, and then they fucking get you.
But as far as the banks, the trains, and the government work...
Same thing with, like, dude, witness protection. Do you ever get to tell anyone? If you're under witness protection today, and you say, you know, say I have to go under witness protection, and I change my name to Donald or fucking Bill. If you end up getting married, or do you ever tell that person, it's like, I lived an entirely different life where I was put under so much danger that the FBI had to reassign me a new identity to where I'd be able to live without being killed? Like, do you ever say that? Or do you die having your partner believe that your current name is your actual name when in reality it's not even you? Glorb for the 3. I like watching yours a small sum of money. Thank you for the 3. And Oscar for the 3. You helped me through so many dark times. Keep it up. You influence so many people. Thank you, Nick, for the 3. Not to be parasocial. Love you as a person. I'm literally a 19-year-old dude working as a deputy. I look up to you. I've been watching you for almost 3 years. You brighten my day up. Every time I'm having a hard time, never just stop doing what you're doing. You're the best streamer I come across. Love you, man. You're such a dud. Thank you. Johnny for the 3. WMods, W Editors, longtime fan. Thank you. Quad for the sub. And Zach for the 3. I don't know if I read that. I feel like I read Zach's. Arita for the sub. All right.
Concerned, there never existed a deadlier gang than the Wild Bunch.
Wow. W fucking mid. I have to piss, and then we're going to hop into the next one. Count me down 30 seconds. All right. Lock in. Weber for the 5. I'm playing Minecraft right now. I had 2 dogs and I only wanted 1. Couldn't look it into the eyes, so while you were pissing, I boxed it up and filled the box with water and listened to it drown. Optimus for the 3. You have the worst superhero takes. Watch Spider-Verse, Crude for the sub, and Gary for the 5. How is your music always fire? Thank you. I appreciate that. Weber, if that's true, I'm going to ban you, man. You just killed a dog. I feel like they got to be joking, but that's a cringy joke. It's a very stupid joke. Unbound for the sub. All right. Anyways. Next video. Thoughts on this, chat? Do we want to watch it? You guys recommended this. Unbound for the sub. If you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, video search tab, game search tab, it's how I find most of the videos that I'm asking games I play. Oh. While I'm playing Minecraft right now, I had 2 dogs, I only wanted 1. Oh, you're saying in Minecraft. Brother. Brother. I thought you were saying you played Minecraft, paused your game, and then killed your IRL dog. Fuck. Aiden for the 3. Don't drink your piss this time? What? Chat, do we want to watch this? Male porn star in the secrets of the adult industry. I feel like it'd be an interesting interview. No? Why not? Which? Yes or no? On whether or not we watch this. Chat, will be interesting, trust. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. We're watching it.
You know, sometimes I'll have a photographer who's literally 6 inches away from my balls and I can feel his...
Yeah, now we got it. Chat, we got to watch. If that's the start, of the video.
breath on my balls as he's taking the photos, and you know, he's just trying to do his job, I'm just trying to do mine. So, but if you can work with someone who you're cool with,
how much is that photographer getting paid?
it makes that scenario a lot easier for everyone.
Well, like he's your boy? Like he's your friend? Yo, man, can you get a quick pic? Can you get a quick pic from the downward angle for me real quick?
So I used to work on a building site. That was great. I went to...
Yeah, how do you get into gay porn? How do you get into porn? That's what I don't know. Like, how does that... I'm assuming he's probably going to get into that because he's probably going to tell his life story. But, like, do you just one day get offered by a guy to, like, film a video? Like, do you apply? Is that, like, a job application? Because it's, like, it's not like a 9 to 5. Like, it's not like working at, like, a fucking Wendy's.
Germany.
You audition? You really think there's an audition? And there's judges that are like... Not enough umph.
For the World Cup, and a few...
All right, give me your best pizza man delivery guy. All right, you're gonna need to say that the plumbing is broken and it's gonna take a few days to fix.
A few friends saw my cock one day, and
what?
For the World Cup, and a few friends saw my cock one day, and just sort of made a joke, you know, that I should really be doing something that and not working on a building site, and it just...
Your friends saw your dick and went, wow, man, you got a hammer down there. You should really get into the adult film industry. What are you doing construction for?
Sparked an idea, you know, that someone somewhere was a porn star and maybe I could give it a go. So I started just going to a few like swinging clubs and things like that just to sort of see if I had the confidence.
Oh my God, you start having sex with people's wives? Swingers? Don't you have to be married to go to a swingers party?
Saw the ability to have sex in front of strangers. I ended up meeting a guy there who paid me to have sex with his wife.
I know. I have friends that have like aunts and uncles that are swingers. And they go to key parties. and it's like 20 people, and the girls just grab a set of keys out of a bowl, and whoever's keys they grab is the guy they go home with, and they're all married. You know, if everybody's okay with it, to each their own. However, what? You just grab a key, you're just going home with it, going home with that guy? I mean, at the same time, yeah, your husband's going home with somebody else, but fuck, man. Fart for the sub.
Wife, he obviously saw in my face, I was amazed by it, and he said, I'll give you 150 euros every time you do that. And I just literally was like, let's go again.
That's a lot of money.
It was at 18, yeah, I was 18, so I could just keep going.
So how did you go from that experience to actually entering the industry?
18, he was going to swingers parties.
There was a lot of legwork. I had to sort of,
That's one thing I will say, dude. Like, I'm never somebody to judge people that get into, like, OnlyFans or adult film shit, whatever it is, you know? But I still feel like even 18, 19, like, when you're a teenager, I don't know. I feel like you should have to be, I would say, like, you should have to be, like, 20, 21. To film that shit, just, I don't know. Dude, like, you're a fucking teenager, man. 18 still a child, really? Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I was 18, 19, I was still a fucking kid, man. I mean, like, not a kid, but, like, you're not a man. You're a fucking teenager, dude. You can't even drink. You can't do anything. You don't even know how to pay taxes. And then you're going to get up there and, like, make that decision? I don't know. I think that's a more touchy scenario, or a touchy situation, but I'm never like gonna judge somebody that gets into OnlyFans or anything like that. But I just feel like, I don't know, waiting till like it should be like 21 plus. I think that makes more sense. We'll Taco and Ninja for the sub.
Prove myself, if you were,
Like, that's what I don't get. You have to be 21 to buy alcohol, but you only have to be 18 to be butt ass naked filming corn that people watch. I don't know. I just feel like that, like, something there is skewed to where, why are those two separate from each other?
Working for a lot of smaller companies to be able to get an opportunity.
And go to war. You have to be 21 to buy alcohol, but you have the 18 to go to war. And I'm not saying lower the drinking age. I'm saying, like, maybe raise the other ones, you know?
Opportunity to work for a bigger company, and after you sort of worked with the bigger companies, you was able to get a series or like 5-scene deal or something, and yeah, basically just had to work through the ranks and keep working for the better companies until I sort of got to an established part where I am now.
Talk me through a porn shoot from call time to wrap. What happens?
So generally on a porn shoot, everyone will arrive on set. We will have all been pre-tested for STI tests and stuff like that before anyone enters set. Once everyone's paperwork's signed off, we're signing the GEL. We have a full legal disclaimer and paperwork and everything that we have to run through. Once all that's gone through, we'll put the GEL into makeup. From there, we'll usually then run into the acting, where we go through all the dialogue of the script and
Oh yeah, the stuff people look forward to, man.
sort of get everything out of the way up until the sex.
So, did you order this pizza, or... Wow, that deserves an Oscar. That deserves an Oscar.
Point we'll break, prep for sex, where the guys and girls go and clean themselves and have some lunch, whatever they need to do before sex. And then generally we'll rattle out the scene, do sex stills first, then sex video afterwards. The sex stills basically are the photos of the scene, but they definitely help the performers just find the flow. So rather than just calling action and two people have got to go at it, we kind of use the stills to maybe guide the direction of the...
Oh my god, get past this, please.
Not as glamorous as everyone might perceive it to be.
Certainly not what everyone perceives, yeah. Most people's perception of porn is like a giant orgy or just like a huge gangbang, and just everyone goes there and has sex and the cameraman gets involved, and after that he has a go.
Cameraman gets involved?
It couldn't be further away from the truth. A lot of people might think it's glamorous and stuff, but it doesn't always end that way. You know, sometimes I'll have a photographer who's literally 6 inches away from my balls and I can feel his breath on my balls as he's taking the photos, and you know, he's just trying to do his job, I'm just trying to do mine. So, but if you can work with someone who you're cool with, it makes that scenario a lot easier for everyone.
I just feel like
the cameramen too. Because I know they make nothing. Guys in the porn industry make fucking nothing. Because it's like, guys are like, oh, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I know that the weirder the shit, the more they make. So it prompts them to be more open to doing, like, crazy shit.
It's like almost amazing to have enough confidence to sleep with someone in front of like 10 crew members.
It's extremely easy to have sex in front of people. It's more in your head, to be fair. It's one of them, if you're able just to be in the moment, enjoy what you're doing, doesn't matter what's around you. You know, if you have sex in a hotel room, you don't look at all the pictures and stuff on the wall. It's just, they're just...
Entirely different. Terrible point. But he just said that's the same. Having a guy with a fucking movie camera on his shoulder just going, action, is this the same thing as there being a picture with a face on the wall? What the fuck is this guy on? Oh my God.
Around you, you know, when you're in the moment, the crew are they're just paintings on the wall.
There's like a fascination about the adult industry, and do you think it's fair the way that the media represents the industry?
I personally don't think the porn industry gets portrayed in a very good light.
Yo, Kaz, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. I also think, no, porn is weirdly represented in the media, but it's also horrible for society. And I think media does actively kind of portray that Korn gives an inaccurate, if I'm putting it bluntly, Korn gives an inaccurate representation of what a relationship should be like, and young men specifically that watch it then go into relationships in a more abusive mindset than if there wasn't Korn in their mind to begin with. Because their expectations and what they deem as normal is so skewed into the fetish realm that it gets to the point where it's like borderline like crazy. Real for the 3. Coming up on 4 years of watching you and watching on platforms never got old. Thanks, bro. Thank you. And Rose for the sub. Helen and Stonky for the sub. And W fucking message real. Thank you for the 3.
Most documentaries
Lustful, not loving. Yeah, basically.
are looking for the negative story. No one wants to hear how great the porn star's life is. My life personally is amazing, and everything that's amazing about it has come through adult. It's changed my life. I've been able to buy homes and look after my family. Of course, there's
I feel like that's for men, though. I've seen the exact... Didn't we watch a video of the exact opposite with, like, women in the industry where their family hates them? And maybe that's a societal thing, but, like, I think in his sense, and I mean, this is a man versus woman. This is something in society where if a man gets into this industry, the people in your family are less likely to judge you than if a woman does, and how your family is going to perceive you and your friends perceive you is going to be drastically different. And then relationships as well.
There's some bad eggs, but generally, most speaking, I've
Somebody said, bro, not gonna lie, I've seen this guy.
only dealt with great people and had positive experiences. At the end of the day, nothing's more sexier in the footage than a performer enjoying themselves and having fun. Like, we don't want someone to do something they're not comfortable with or not happy with.
What would you say is the biggest cliche that people think about when they think of porn?
Fluffers. Every single person I've ever met thinks there's a fluffer, you know, just that's job is to get the guys hard. Nothing could be more further from the truth, if I'm honest. It was very eloquently explained to me once that if you can't get hard for the girl that we're paying you to fuck, then why would we pay another girl to suck you off? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. That and just everyone having an orgy on set. They're just the most 2 common misconceptions that people...
Oh my God, okay.
How have you found sustaining a relationship whilst working
Oh my God, we're not even halfway through this.
Industry?
So the video's almost over.
It can be difficult. When I first started out, it was very difficult to find a relationship or keep hold of a relationship. You know, you can't be an idiot to the fact of what you're doing. You know, you are having sex with people. That is tough to deal with. I think if anyone to sort of be okay with their partner, there will be some jealousy, there will be some issues, you know, but personally, I've been very lucky. My wife's very supportive of my career. Before I met my wife, it was difficult. You know, you meet someone, you might get along, you tell them you do porn for a living. It's kind of closes the door pretty quick.
Does it pay well?
Porn can pay well. Yep, certainly can. Medium level.
I don't know. I don't judge people that are in relationships with people that do that, but I don't think I personally could date someone that is actively doing it with other people, even if it is for a job. I know it's the separation of the two. I think OnlyFans is different because the majority of the time it's just them as like an OnlyFans model rather than like porn, but yeah. A lot of people are saying skip. Thoughts on skipping? Thoughts on skipping? God, we're halfway. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through this whole video. No, don't skip. I'll let you guys vote. Because you guys voted to watch it. I'll let you guys vote if we skip. Kaz for the sub. Keep in mind, you fuckers recommended this shit too in the video suggestion tab. Alright, 64% are saying skip. Alright. Next. Since we skipped multiple, we'll probably be able to add more videos today. Alright, next. Short for the sub. Why Olympic athletes are poor. Mike for the sub. Lock it in here. Lock it in here. Type locked in. Type locked in.
In Paris, 10,000 athletes are
Hold up.
July in Paris. 10,000 athletes are floating down the Seine for the opening ceremony of the 20...
Yo, you see they added breakdancing into the Olympics? I feel like we're just added anything at this point. And I'm not, you know, I understand the competitiveness of breakdancing, but I don't know. Yeah, it was funny. No, y'all are all thinking about that Australian woman who did interpretive dancing, and it was fucking horrible. The actual break dancers that were, like, doing, like, cool tricks and shit, that was entertaining. But even so, I'm like, it just doesn't seem... when I'm watching break dancers go on a one-on-one battle, and it's like, the guy on the mic's like, I'm like, dude, this is a sport. Like, this is a sport. They're getting a gold medal. How do you represent your country in breakdancing? How do they determine who's better at breakdancing than somebody else? That's what I don't understand. What are we looking for here? I like, even in gymnastics, I know they have like more dance-based things outside of like the pommel horse or whatever. But even so, there's still, like, ways that they grade that more. Like, how do you determine who wins in a breakdancing battle? That's subjective opinion. And in gymnastics, they still have a routine, but there's things that mark points. If I'm just watching breakdancers and I'm a judge, I might disagree with the guy on who the fuck did a better move.
24 Olympics. Just a few hundred meters away in this McDonald's, several employees...
Like, surfing, I get. Like, they added surfing, and that made sense. You know? Like, when they added surfing, I was like, yeah, that's fucking hard as shit. You do tricks. You get graded on the tricks like not surfboarding. Surfing is, like, just like snowboarding. It's like you can get graded on if you do a specific thing. Right? But breakdancing, how do you grade that? People are saying skip. Yo, mods, just time out the people that are just saying skip. I'm not skipping this. I want to talk about this. You're just saying skip now. You're being a bunch of cucks. This account was made 2 hours ago. Banned. Botanic account followed an hour ago. Banned. This person timed out. Oh my god. Stop being fucking annoying. I will put this bitch in sub only. And it's in sub only. And it's in sub only. Welcome subs. If you say skip, you're getting timed out for a month.
are flipping burgers and asking if you want fries with that.
Like, what the fuck? We're 10 seconds into the video and people fucking spamming skip.
Who do you think makes more money? The athlete or the McDonald's worker?
It depends who. McDonald's workers in general are going to make much less money than a high-class athlete in the Olympics. But if you're like the third best 5,000-meter runner for fucking Moldova, you're probably not going to make that much.
Remember, these athletes are...
even the majority of track Olympians, I'm pretty sure, have part-time jobs or coach or do things on the alternative. Unless you're like a high-class athlete in the Olympics, you probably don't make enough to where you're able to retire. Or not even retire, able to just do that job full-time. Especially if it's a very niche sport. Like the fucking break dancers, that's not their job. Like their main job, they have to have another job. They might teach dance classes, do something that's, you know, equivalent to their career. But if you're like the second best U.S. javelin thrower, that's not your career. You're not making enough money to fucking get paid for that. Now, if you're Noah Lyles or you're Grant Holloway or you were Usain Bolt or you're Simone Biles or you're somebody that is doing a sport like swimming, track, in a very popular event like the 100, the 200, or like in swimming the 50-meter freestyle, 100-meter freestyle, things like that, you're going to get paid a lot. Like Simone Biles probably has like fucking $30-40 million. She's rich, right? She's one of the most known athletes in the world. But on the alternative, the pommel horse guy, everybody know the pommel horse guy that clutched it up for the men's team and he has the glasses and it's like they called him the specialist. That guy probably doesn't make enough money from gymnastics alone. He probably has to do other things. I mean, now he might because he's probably getting fame. But at the same time, if you're just like somebody that only does the balance beam, like you're probably not making 30. You're not making more than 30K a year. CZ and 16 for the sub. Happy for the 3. One night, me and my boys watched your vids for 12 hours straight. No lie. The next day at my friend's party, we were all like zombies. Barely remember it. Dex, thank you for the fucking 5 gifted. Stuart and Lando for the sub. Sick Mike for the sub. Shorty for the sub.
Filling stadiums, creating a spectacle that the whole world wants to see, and that generates billions of sponsorship money. And yet, it's the McDonald's worker that earns almost 50% more than the average athlete. The International Olympic Committee gives...
Sidney McLaughlin makes millions of dollars a year. He better go over the athletes that don't make a lot, because every athlete you can name that's an Olympian makes a shitload of money. It's the fucking 99% that don't fucking have any recognition and they're just like a random runner for fucking Norway. Like, they're not making anything.
Absolutely no money to Olympians, even if they win gold.
Depends on the country. Depends on the country. I'm pretty sure the United States pays Olympian winners. Does the U.S. pay Olympic athletes for medals? Yeah, $37,000 for gold, $22,000 for silver, and $15,000 for bronze. The U.S. will pay you if you win. So you can make money, but you got to keep in mind the Olympics also every 4 years. But if you're somebody winning a gold medal, you're probably going to be able to make enough. Even if you win a gold medal, you're not going to make enough by just being an athlete yourself, but you're going to have so much credibility that you'll be able to coach people and make a shitload.
But why not? And how do athletes make money? It turns out that the answer is more complicated.
Off ads? Yeah, who the hell's going to sponsor? Name any 5,000 meter runner in the Olympics. Name any one of them. Unless you are a track nerd, you can't. Right? If I ask you name people that run the 100 meter, yeah, you're going to be able to fucking list off a few. But if I'm like, hey, name somebody outside of Kipchoge that runs the marathon, you're going to be like, I don't know. And you're not, even though fucking 500 guys run it. That's the thing. You're Steph Curry, the fucking basketball player. Did you see the French commentary of Steph Curry, though? He was just ripping threes in the finals. They'd be like, oh, Steph Curry for 3. And it would be like, in subtitles, you would read, like, it would be like, how does he do it? What the fuck? Not what the fuck, but it would be like, oh my God. I want to look that up. French commentators, Steph Curry. It's so funny. It is so funny.
Allez, faut continuer à les voler les ballons. Et ce diable de Curry, ce diable de Curry.
This devil named Curry is hurting us.
Attention, attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non, mais non. Vous allez lever la main à tout moment pour déclencher. Attention, ça va déclencher Devin Booker. Steph Curry. Au buzzer, mais c'est pas possible.
It's just how is this possible? Just literally like professional commentator being like, what the fuck is happening right now? Oh my God. No, but as I was saying, if you're an Olympic athlete, like the majority of them aren't making anything. Even if you're a gold medal winner, like you're not going to get a sponsor for an event that the majority of people don't really care about. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm saying like there are star events in track. People care about shot put. People care about fucking javelin if you're a gold winner. People care about the 100. People care about the 2, the 4x1, the 4x4, the 4, the 400-meter hurdle. But if you're somebody that runs the 10,000 meter, it's like it's not that important of an event.
You'd think, and deeply rooted in the history of modern sports. Welcome to Athletic Interest and the business of being an Olympic athlete. This video is sponsored by Shopify.
Like the Turkish shooter? Yeah, that guy's a dad that probably works a 9 to 5. The guy that just walked up and won a silver medal.
To fully understand the business of athletes today, we need to look back at the evolution of the games and its prices. The ancient Greeks believed that
they used to give you like limbs of an olive tree from like Zeus or some shit. Dude, that's so badass though, being an Olympian back in like the fucking first few Olympics. Just running. I'm pretty sure like all the events in the first few Olympics were just like running.
the games were created by their gods.
And you know damn well they were all slow as fuck. You would have. I guarantee you, I would have dusted their asses. I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just saying. You give me you put me in the Olympics today, I would fucking not in the Olympics today. In the fucking second, third Olympics, I would have dusted them. Oh my god.
After hearing
No, you wouldn't. They were all probably short. Because people have progressively gotten taller and taller over time. My strides would outmatch theirs. Okay, maybe if I had to wear like their shoes, that would fuck me up. But if I was able to wear my sneakers.
About the birth of Zeus, Heracles and his 4 brothers raced to Olympus to greet him. Zeus was impressed and awarded an olive wreath to the victor. The foot race became symbolic of worshipping the gods. It was also believed that the gods spent a lot of their time atop Mount Olympus wrestling and jumping. Soon there were 23 disciplines represented at each Olympics, which were held once every 4 years.
23?
The early athletes
Even then?
Had no Nike sponsorship, so many decided to compete naked.
People from all around the fucking European area coming to watch a bunch of naked dudes run 100 meters and then call it a day. Oh my god, butt naked, like no fucking shoes, no socks, just fucking ass naked. Just running, just even better? Oh, hell no.
The first official winner of an Olympic event was Koroibos of Elis, a baker.
You be sitting there watching the guy run? My god.
Turned Olympic runner. His reward.
Oh, we got last? Sorry, I got distracted.
Was a simple olive leaf crown and a palm branch. Not exactly life-changing. But he had earned the admiration of the gods. What else could he want? Olympic winners did get other rewards. Wealthy supporters would often donate cash prizes, VIP tickets to special events, and lifetime passes to dining clubs. Some athletes got statues in Olympus. Most were given tax breaks and enjoyed a life of celebrity. Being an Olympic champion was good business, but the cost of entry was high. The first Olympic champion may have been a baker, but most that followed were sons of wealthy landowners and traders. Getting to the Olympics required an athlete to train all year round and compete in up to 300 smaller events across the Mediterranean. Only the rich had...
Oh, they had other events? I thought the Olympics was like the only thing. They had like sports where you would like go run in like Spain to fucking show that you could run in the Olympics in Greece in BC times. That I did not know that.
The time and money.
Do you still believe some North Koreans will try to escape in 2028 LA Olympics? No. No. I was watching the Paris Olympics, and I think if you tried to flee, if you have no family, yeah. But if you tried to flee, you would be able to. Like, if there was a North Korean that wanted to flee North Korea in Paris, they probably could, but then their family's going to get thrown in a prison camp. Based off what I know of North Korea. Whether or not that's definitively true, I don't know. But from all the fucking shit we've seen on this stream about North Korea, if they were to leave, then their family would likely be punished in some way. Trim and nothing for the sub. Liam and G1 for the sub. Glenn for the 3. I'm overseas right now in the middle of Iraq. I really appreciate everything you do. You're an amazing human. Thank you. Now for the 3. Could have won it. I watched you in the NFL Combine. Rip and Clifford for the sub. Dex for the 5. What's the next Val stream? No idea. Cheeto and Toaster and Mochi for the sub. Happy for the 3. We watched you last night. Can barely stay awake today. Caleb for the sub. Today we're doing reacts. Tomorrow, as I said, is the new FNAF game, random games. Wednesday is the horror game Guilt. Thursday, I'm either doing sim games or games with other streamers. Friday's reacts and the Veterans Charity stream. Saturday is Cuphead DLC. Sunday's reacts. Monday, I'm going to be doing probably sim games. Next Tuesday, I'm not live. And then next Wednesday, we're going to be in our new setup doing scary games. Caleb and Stampy for the sub lock-in. Sub redeemed headset dent. Stampy for the sub. We could take it out of sub-only mode. I don't know why it's still in there.
To get to the top of their game. The ancient Olympics ended under Roman rule. After a 1500-year gap, this guy founded the International Olympic Committee and organized the first modern Olympic Games. To remember the old days, Athens was the first host city. Much like in ancient Greece, winners were awarded olive branches. But the modern games also introduced the medal system. Confusingly, the winner received a silver medal, while the runner-up received a copper medal.
Oh, they didn't have a third place?
The third place was unrewarded. The gold, silver, and bronze system was only introduced in 1906.
Wow.
Like the ancient athletes, Olympic champions received no money. This is thanks to Coubertin's other invention. A rule that would shape the lives of athletes for generations.
That they could get sponsored.
And change the way sports operate until today. To compete in the Olympics, you had to be an amateur. That meant no sponsorship contracts and no money for participation. A rule that was upheld strictly.
They don't uphold that shit anymore. Oh, I remember this guy. He ran with 2 different shoes.
James Francis Thorpe, winner of the decathlon and pentathlon at the 1912
Yeah, he lost his shoes, so he's wearing a shoe that doesn't fit him.
Stockholm Games. Notice his mismatched shoes. Thorpe's own pair disappeared from his bag before the race. He borrowed one replacement from a competitor and found another in the trash. Neither shoe was the correct fit.
That's hilarious, though. That man ran and won, wearing shoes that weren't his, one out of the trash and one borrowed. Why didn't he borrow both shoes? Honest question. You borrowed one shoe from your athlete friend. Why didn't you ask for both? Why are you wearing white? Why are you now mismatching the shoes?
After seeing Thorpe's performance, the Swedish
flex. Not a raccoon for the 3. Somebody said the peasants are back. Stamp in and Caleb for the sub.
King labeled the American the greatest athlete in the world. Thorpe returned home as a celebrity, until a chance interview with one of his former coaches. The coach mentioned that Thorpe had briefly played baseball for a semi-pro team, earning $5 per game. So
$5 a game, and they probably took his goddamn medal.
So the Amateur Athletics Union challenged his gold medals because he was not a genuine amateur athlete. Thorpe was found guilty. Authorities entered his house, removed his medals, and sent them back to Stockholm. Thorpe can be considered a victim of the IOC's desire to keep the games pure. Money was almost viewed as the first performance-enhancing drug, a powerful tool for
That's so cringe. The whole point of being an athlete is that you're the best of the best. And wasn't the original Olympics also people that had to compete and prove that they were able to do it? So now we're going to make it so only people that have never played a professional sport can do it. It's like the same thing with that one guy in the fucking free throw contest, and it was like, you could have never played basketball professionally, and he was like a D1 athlete, so they fucking removed it. I'm like, bro.
Motivating or corrupt.
You should, the whole purpose of that would annoy the fuck out of me. If the Olympics today was like only amateur athletes, Like, yeah, it'd be kind of fun to watch, but at the same time, the Olympics is literally supposed to prove who is the fastest man in the world, who is the best rugby player, who is the best women gymnast or tennis player, whatever fucking sport you're playing. You're supposed to be the best person in the world at it.
Adopting an athlete. Although, from another angle, it just looks like they hated poor people. The IOC's early idea of amateurism was modeled from English upper-class sportsmanship. Rules designed to keep the lower and middle class from competing with the elites. The traditional Henley boat race excluded any man that received money as a mechanic, artisan, or laborer. That left the aristocrats and their rich children. As the Olympic movement grew, the traditional wealthy European athlete was replaced, but the strict amateur rules still remained. Brands did start giving free equipment to athletes. Adidas gave shoes to Jesse Owens. The same
Do you think okay, a lot of y'all don't know about track, but for the people that do you think Jesse Owens would be able to compete in today's realm? Like, he ran some fast-ass times on, like, shitty track shoes on like a charcoal track. Like, if you know about Jesse Owens, the way track has changed, a lot of the records are broken because of the equipment that they're able to use today. But some of the runners back then might even be faster than, like, Usain Bolt. It was not necessarily Usain Bolt, but be faster than a lot of the guys that are winning the Olympics today. It's just they had shittier conditions, so obviously they're going to run shittier times. Jesse Owens time. Jesse Owens ran a 100-yard dash in 9.4 seconds. In when? Jesse Owens was born in 1913. Like, that motherfucker running today probably would have smoked people. Toxic and tactical for the sub. Cole for the sub.
Shoes that help.
It's 100 yards, which is true, not 100 meters. But at the same time, like, top speed is probably going to add, like, hey, he would have ran 100 meters in what, like, 0.3, 0.4 slower. He would have ran, like, a 9.7 on charcoal fields.
To break records in Berlin, to the annoyance of one notable spectator. Being on the feet of...
Why'd you turn off sub-only mode? I don't like keeping it in sub-only. A lot of people don't have the money to sub or don't want to sub, and so I always have it in follower-only because I want everybody to be able to interact. I only put it in sub-only mode when my chat gets rowdy.
Champions brought the likes of Adidas and Puma international attention. This was a bit of a gray area. The IOC didn't allow personal sponsorship, but overlooked free equipment. But in 1968, Puma took things too far. Tommy Smith and John Carlos had just completed a gold-silver finish for the US in the 200 meters. When the national anthem played on the podium, both athletes bowed their heads and raised a gloved fist. An iconic protest against racism. But that wasn't the duo's only iconic moment. At the start of the medal ceremony, Carlos also removed his shoes and raised them above his head. The Puma logo purposely pointed to the waiting cameras. Perfect marketing for Puma. It was also for free, right? IOC rules are very clear on paying athletes. Except Puma did pay. In fact, Adidas and Puma were secretly paying athletes thousands to wear their shoes during the games. This became the worst-kept secret.
I mean, that's not even... literally every single athlete is wearing Adidas shoes. Literally every single athlete's wearing Adidas shoes. And these motherfuckers in the IOC weren't fucking realizing, they all have the same fucking branded shoes. They're all wearing the same exact model and from Adidas, and they hold up the shoes when they fucking win. It took them that long to figure it the fuck out.
Thousands to wear their shoes during the games. This became the worst-kept secret in Olympic history. If the IOC investigated, most medal winners would have been disqualified. So the IOC simply ignored it. But it knew...
Probably got rid of the rules, because then every athlete ever that won a medal would just be disqualified.
This was the end of an era for amateur athletics.
They'd be given the gold medal to fucking 15th place.
In
didn't even make the finals heat.
The IOC relaxed the requirement that an Olympian must be an amateur. In the 80s, they even allowed athletes to have sponsorship contracts. This marked a huge turning point in professional sports. The IOC could simply no longer afford the traditional rejection of economic gain. The Montreal Games in '76 made a loss of almost $1 billion.
Yeah, dude, the Olympics never make money anymore. Elijah for the 1,000 biddies. Been watching YouTube for 2 years. First time watching one of your streams. Thanks for getting me through tough stuff. Dub. And I'm sorry that you've been going through some stuff, but I'm glad to be able to help. Toxic and Tactical for the sub. Cole Rudy for the sub.
Facing bankruptcy, the IOC came up with a brilliant new invention: exclusive sponsorship deals. The games have had sponsorship since the very beginning, but for many years, anyone that wanted to become a sponsor could arrange some sort of deal. In theory, both Pepsi and Coca-Cola could sponsor the same games. The IOC began signing partners for specific categories. Coca-Cola became the official and exclusive beverage partner of the Olympics. The IOC now had less sponsors, but each partnership was far more valuable. The 84 games in Los Angeles show this switch, making a $200 million profit. The organizer even appeared...
Yo, LA in 2028 is going to be a fucking... That city's gonna blaze. That city is going to fucking set on fire in 2028 summer when they fucking host the Olympics there and motherfuckers have to deal with LA traffic plus, I don't know, 30 fucking million people. Not 30 million people. A lot of fucking people showing up. It already is. Oh, it's a shit show right now. Let alone when they hold every fucking country's athlete in that city and then have to fucking deal with it. The bright side is other countries have to build other stadiums. Like when they had it in Beijing or in Paris, they had to build like 3 different ones. Or in Athens when they had it in 2008. Like those, or 2008, 2004. Anyways, a lot of countries always have to build new stadiums and shit to hold what they need for the Olympic athletes. LA already has that shit because it's a fucking huge city, so they won't have to build anything new. But, dude, where is everybody going to stay? Like, people are probably trying to reserve spots now to stay in LA in 2028. Sex for the sub. I would love to go to the Olympics in 2028. I guarantee you it's going to be, I don't know, fucking $5,000 to just stay there.
On the cover of Time magazine, the Olympics
actually in 4 years might be 10.
Finally big business. So surely a lot of this money has trickled down to the athletes. Not exactly. In an Olympic cycle, the IOC earns more than $7 billion. The directors share about $50 million in salary. Athletes get nothing. Well, at least not.
I'm not trying to shit on the Winter Olympics either, but the Winter Olympics kind of blow in comparison. The Summer Olympics is nostalgic and very fun to watch. The only Olympic sports in the winter that I want to see are luge, bobsled, and speed skating. That's all I care about. Everything else, don't care. Paralympics is August 28th. Dude, I'm just saying winter versus summer, though. Snowboarding. Bah. Like, you ever see when they put on cross-country skiing, and it's just motherfuckers going... for like 5 hours? There's a Winter Olympics? The fuck do you mean there's a you're shocked by that?
Not directly from the IOC. So how do Olympic athletes make money today? They have to rely on 3 sources of income: salary, prize money, and sponsorship. Let's look at them in more detail.
Prize money, you're really kind of... salary. I mean, salary might be from a company. You're probably factoring salary out for the majority of athletes. Sponsorships are only given to the people that have prize money. So if you don't have prize money or sponsorship, you're making, like, nothing.
Each of these can vary, depending on
if you're not winning
which country you are representing.
Singapore pays $737,000 for a gold medal?
Singapore offers $700,000 to any athlete that wins gold. Triumphant Russian athletes are given free houses and luxury cars.
Houses?
And yet, most of the major nations offer far less to their athletes.
Yeah, jack shit. Wait, $36K a year. Wait, so you get paid that for the rest of your life? For the rest of your life? What do you mean?
US gold medal winners receive $37,000. If you become a Ninja Warrior, you get $1 million. Instead of prize money.
Yo, Ninja Warriors fucking sucks. I hate that show. Hate that show. It was fun to watch the first, like, I don't know, 2 years that bitch was out. And now it's like the same two commentators. He's going up the warp wall. The warp wall. The warp wall. Dude, suck a fucking cock. Stop talking about the fucking warp wall. It's hard to go up. We get it. Right? It's like the same fucking shit every time. They never change the obstacles. I know they change some of them sometimes, and that part's fun. But, like, the first elimination rounds are always so ass. The warp wall. It's VA and Red Troop for the sub. Now everybody can do it. Glenn for the 3. Trying to sub right now, but not only is it $1 extra, but Twitch won't even let me. What the fuck? I just want to sub to Joe. If you sub on your phone, it's going to be more. 6 for the sub. Sub on a computer.
Some nations offer yearly salaries to allow athletes to focus on training. Despite
That's crazy, dude. Living in the UK and being an Olympian is fucking great.
representing the biggest economy on Earth, some top US athletes only receive a few $100s per month. Athletes that want to make it to the Olympics are forced to look for other ways to make money. Many turn to brands for support. This has led to a large imbalance in sports. Let's take 2 athletes as examples. Usain Bolt and Megan Kelmer. Both medal.
No idea who the fuck Megan Kelmer is. I'm get 15 million a year, 5,000 a year.
Winners at London 2012. Bolt is one of the most popular athletes of all time. This comparison may seem a little unfair, but it shows the huge difference in.
Frog for the 3. Kid in my school don't like him. He follows me around. I think he thinks we're friends. Been trying to tell him we're not. He doesn't listen. I don't want to hurt his feelings. I have another review of him, and there's a channel on Twitch playing pre-recorded blank. Are you going to say pre-recorded videos of mine? It's VA for the sub, Frog for the 3. Just ignore him. Don't hang out with him. I don't really know what else I could say.
Earnings between athletes. Despite them both.
You don't want to be his friend. You got to voice that.
Attending the same Olympics. In 2012, when Bolt was arguably at his height, he earned more than $20 million. The majority of this money came from Bolt's sponsorship deals, including a massive $9 million per year from Puma.
Per year?
Bolt also.
They only have the Olympics once every 4.
Also earned a few $100,000 in prize money and up to $250,000 per track meet. While Bolt is living in mansions and driving
$250K a track meet. Yeah, they offer bonuses if you win. Not even just in the Olympics. They have a lot. They have like the Diamond League. There's a lot. If you watch track, there's a lot of very prominent events that they have. Like there's probably like 4 or 5 a year. And if you win those events and you're under like a Nike or Adidas or Puma contract and you win, they usually give you like a bonus. Like I'm pretty sure if you win the Diamond League and you're an Adidas athlete, they give you like $100K.
Fast cars. Megan Kelmer is living the exact opposite life. Kelmer shares a $1,000 per month house with a fellow athlete. When her old pickup truck breaks down, she has to find a mechanic that takes monthly payments. For her Olympic bronze in 2012, she received $10,000, but not before the government took their cut. Shortly after returning from London.
That's wild. The government pays you and then taxes you on an Olympic medal. What? What? You just give me less money. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, hey, if the government's giving you the money, that shouldn't be taxed. Like the U.S. going, hey, here's $37,000 for first place. By the way, we're gonna take like 7 of that.
A monthly stipend from the U.S. Olympic Committee was cut to a grand total of $0. She now works a part-time.
Somebody said track's the worst sport, buddy. There are so many more sports that are worse than track. I'm timing you out for that shit-ass take because you're just trying to gaslight me right now.
Desk job and grows her own food to get by. Olympic rowers, even those with medals, do not get much attention from sponsors. Nike, Adidas, and Puma save their marketing money for football and basketball. For every Usain Bolt, Michael Phelps, or Simone Biles, there are thousands of Megan Kelmers. More than a decade after London 2012, and 5 decades since the IOC allowed athletes to be professional, The gap between rich and poor in sport has barely changed. The majority of athletes around the world do not consider themselves financially stable. In the US,
and what's wild is like 0.1 seconds in a 100-meter race is a lot, right? To lose, if you run a 9.9 and you win and somebody runs a fucking 10.2, they're way worse than you, right? They lost by 0.3 seconds. But that's the difference between making $5K a year and $500,000 a year. Scrapper for the three. First stream I've caught. I've been watching you for 3 years. You helped me through my dad's passing away on Christmas Day 2022. Rip in the chat. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You're very funny, bro. Thanks. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, but I'm sorry for your loss. And I hope that you and your family are doing all right.
the figure is 80%. Funding from Olympic committees for athlete support is being cut each year. Meanwhile, the cost of equipment, nutrition, training, and travel only increases. So some athletes are forced to look for other employment. There are now sheep farmers, mechanics, and Buddhist priests that spend their spare hours training for Olympic gold. The uncomfortable truth is that most professional athletes earn less than the lowest level McDonald's worker. This is why more and more athletes...
Stop saying that, because that's like, yeah, if you're saying just their prize winnings alone, that's true, but the average Olympic athlete is making more than the average McDonald's worker, because the things that they could do with their athletic prowess is probably enabling them to get jobs that are better than McDonald's workers.
Athletes are starting their own businesses to get less dependent on salaries and create something beyond their sporting career.
Oh my God, and if you want to start one, make it with Shopify. Cool.
The Olympics are only every 4 years. Yes, the athletes have reached the pinnacle, but they are only at the center of attention once every 4 years, for a few weeks. Olympic committees need to spread their funding across hundreds of sports and thousands of athletes. A lot of this money comes from sponsors. They need public interest to maintain these sponsors. That means prioritizing support for the sports and athletes that engage the most people. It's the harsh reality. These athletes need to offer a return on investment. It works the same with athlete sponsorship. Adidas or Nike can only really activate their partnerships every 4 years. For the rest of the time, the athlete's exposure is worth far less. That's why even the biggest Olympic athletes don't get as much as the biggest footballers or basketball players. These guys have more opportunities each year to win when the world is watching.
Not even more opportunities to win, it's just... they're just on TV more, right? Like, the majority of Olympic sports are not popular sports. Yes, they have basketball in the Olympics, but, like, you're not just casually trying to tune in to a fucking kayaking match. Like, you're only really watching yeah, soccer's in the Olympics as well, but the World Cup's taken more seriously. But regardless, say there's 50 Olympic sports in the Summer Olympics. I don't know how many there actually are, but say there's 50. 47 of them you never watch unless it's an Olympic year. Cole for the sub. And it's on the Olympics. Robert for the sub.
To make matters worse, the Olympics has Rule 40. This was the IOC's reaction to a little marketing game that Nike was playing in the 80s and 90s. Adidas was the official and exclusive sportswear partner of the Olympics. So Nike is technically blocked from making any advertising that links to the games. Not that this has stopped Nike's marketing team. They perfected...
No, they could still wear the shoes and do subliminal messaging.
The art of ambush marketing. At the 96 games in Atlanta, Nike put up billboards around the stadium and handed out Nike flags to spectators. There was barely a TV screen that didn't show the Nike logo. An easy way to do ambush marketing at an Olympics is to have an Olympic athlete in your advert. People instantly make the connection without Nike referencing the games. The IOC realized this and introduced Rule 40. This blocked athletes from featuring in any advertising with a non-Olympics partner for the duration of the games.
Bro, that's so cringy that they do that, because they don't... the IOC isn't even paying for the fucking Olympics. It's the country itself. Like, when the Olympics happens in the United States, we're paying for it. Like, the United States, specifically, probably Los Angeles or California is going to be fronting a lot of that cost. Scrapper for the three. I know this is an L tape, but golf is the best sport to play and the worst sport to watch. I agree. Cole and Rubber for the sub. Golf is very fun to play and horrible to watch. It's really boring to watch somebody play golf.
The one decision, the IOC had cut off every athlete's biggest earning opportunity. At the moment, when athletes are most valuable to sponsors, they are quite literally banned from advertising and making money. But in 2019, a German court decided that Rule 40 could no longer apply to German athletes. The court said it was unfair for athletes to be blocked from maximizing their earnings, while the IOC failed to give them a share of the sponsorship money they were supposedly protecting. In response, the IOC decided to loosen Rule 40. Paris 2024 will be the first games where athletes are allowed to feature in non-official adverts during the games. Although
Yo, wait, really? I didn't even pay attention to that. Were there athletes with like weird ass logos on their backs?
Still with some conditions.
What's that one company Papa Meat always gets sponsored? That's like a bunch of like, you know, toys. You just sponsored by that. Somebody just has a massive logo. It's like just Spencer's on their back.
Argument for removing Rule
Bad Dragon. Yeah, he's sponsored by Bad Dragon.
40 is the idea that athletes should be free to use any tool available to build their personal brands during the Olympics. An audience on social media is a proven way for athletes to earn money outside of their sport. Take Alicia Schmidt. Schmidt represented Germany at Tokyo 2020 as a backup in the relay. She didn't even compete and managed to gain 500,000 followers. Her behind-the-scenes posts often went viral, giving
She didn't even play?
audiences a unique point of view and access to content they would never normally see. Schmidt is now partnered with Puma and Hugo Boss. She recently turned down a six-figure sponsorship deal with an unnamed company. The German Federation pays her just $700 a month. The Olympics are
is this fucked up if I say a lot of that has to do with because people find her attractive? Like, if she is a subbed-in athlete but was not conventionally attractive, she would not get the sponsors that she's getting. I'm not mad at her for that. Good on you. I think it's fucked up that companies will only pay people that get... I understand it's the ROI, but it's like, it's unfair that like somebody that's probably a better athlete than her is getting no sponsors from Puma or any of these other athletic companies because they're not appealing to an audience the way she does. It's the same thing applies with men, but I'm just saying, somebody said, bro, what the fuck you mean, bro? What?
are no longer the same as a century ago. More athletes, more spectators, and much more money. But the prices for the athletes, still the same. It's one thing that the IOC is not paying athletes directly, but giving the money to its member federations. But sometimes it looks like it's trying hard to make sure that the money stays as far away from the athletes as possible.
That's actually kind of sad. I mean, dude, that's the same thing with a lot of shit. It's just not even, it's not even just the Olympic brands. It's a lot of brands. If you're an athlete that's worse than somebody else, but you're more attractive and have more followers, you're going to get more money. Subscriber for the 3. Please do some Joe's Hungry. Gloria for the sub. Not today. Sun for the sub. If you have any videos you want me to watch games and play, video/app, game/app. Cheap for the sub.
Possible. Only recently, the IOC president complained about the fact that World Athletics decided to pay Olympic gold medalists prize money. For the first time in history.
Why are they bitching about that? What?
The Olympics are like that blockbuster movie everyone talks about. Filled with stars, drama, and eye-watering budgets. Yet when it comes time to pay the lead actors, the credits start rolling.
Wow, what a great ending. That was a nice video, though. I enjoyed watching that. All right. Next! Next! All right, chat. Which one do we want to watch, this or a different video? Plug for the sub, because we've watched some very serious videos today, so I will give you guys the option. We have America's worst mountaineering disaster, the 1967 Mount Denali disaster. Do we want to watch this or another video? This diff video. I will watch it another day if we don't watch it today, but I know we've watched a lot of serious videos today, so I am down to watch a different one. It is up to y'all. Vote on the poll. I gotta piss real quick as well. Vote on the poll, and then I'll be back. Count me down 30 seconds! All right, people vote a different video. Let me pick a different one for today. Chat, what type of video do we want to watch? What type of video? What type of video? Life inside America. I'm gonna give a few polls here. I'm gonna give a few polls here. I'm just gonna poll you guys because I'm not gonna ask because then you guys just start spamming. Papa Meat video? No, we're not gonna watch a Papa Meat video right now. Hold up. Funny and Spike for the sub. All right, which we have. I tried the scientifically perfect morning routine. We have The Lies of TV High School. No, I don't want to do that one. The Most Useless Superpowers IRL. Or the 2.1 billion McDonald's machine. We're not doing a body cam. We already watched a body cam video. Today. I'm not going to watch the second one. Goose for the sub. Funny for the sub. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, video search time, game search time, I find most of the videos I watch games I play. So vote on that poll. That's why I said I'm not actually going to ask you guys what you want to watch, because if I ask you, you guys will all just spam the same thing. Somebody redeemed Flex. Aussie for the 3. When are you going to play Siege again? I have no idea, buddy. Aussie for the 5. This week's schedule. Reacts today. Tomorrow, new FNAF game, horror games. Wednesday, Guilt, horror game. Thursday is going to be Sim Day, or games with other streamers. Friday's Reacts to the Veterans Charity stream for VCHC. Saturday is Cuphead DLC. Sunday's Reacts. Next Monday, I'm going to be doing a Sim Day. Next Tuesday, I'm off. Next Wednesday, we're going to be in a new setup doing a horror day. Next Thursday, I might be doing a Bro v Bro. Next Friday's Reacts. Next Saturday, I have no idea. Lock in. People voted the useless powers. Good shit. Let's get it going. Hold up. Glamp for the 3. I fuck with the beard and the mustache you've got growing. I just haven't shaved in a few days. I'm not even growing one. Are you going to keep it or planning to shave it? Ryduk for the sub. I mean, that's going. Regardless. Realistically, I'm probably just going to shave. But, I don't know. I could keep the sides. It's just this side's so patchy. Like right there. This side works well. This side's just like a clean, but this side is more rough, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Brigham for the sub. Grow it out. I could keep it. Maybe. Let's go. Chat. Thoughts on keeping the beard, shaving the stash? I can't grow a mustache. I can't grow a mustache. I'm 22. I don't have the facial genetics. I'm too young. I need to wait until I'm like 30, and then I could grow a good mustache. Right now, the stash is terrible. Probably shave that, keep that. All right. Lock in. Who for the sub? The most useless superpowers.
Want to save us both some time and tell me what these mods do before I take you to prison, or after?
Okay, so it's been a couple months since I've done one of these videos, and the last video seemed to have a very positive reception. So I thought it would be a good idea to drop another one of them, because
we've never watched one of these, but I would be down to watch other ones if this one's good.
There are still way too many useless abilities that need to be covered. So in this video, we're going to be talking about some more useless superpowers to have in real life. Now, before I start...
What's the worst superpowers to have in real life? Thinking of superheroes. Anime or Marvel or DC. Being the rock guy would be pretty shit from the Fantastic Four. Yeah, Elastiboy would be bad. Hawkeye doesn't even have powers, so that would just be shitty to be Hawkeye in real life. Hawkeye, you could probably be an Olympian archer, but as we just watched the last video, you're probably not going to get paid very much. Batman doesn't have powers. The grape guy from MHA. They stick to everything but me. I just bounce right off of them. That guy sucks. Yeah, Minoru Mineta. That would be the worst power to have. Yeah. Out of anything, I think being it's not even close. I can't think of a worse power than being this kid. This kid being Human Torch. Human Torch would be kind of fucking sick. Ghost Rider would also be kind of sick. This is just shitty. It looks like he's wearing a diaper, and he just throws grapes off his head, and they stick to things. But he bounces right off of them, as he says. Oh, it's Icy for the sub. That guy for the sub. Shaggy for the sub.
Start mentioning some new abilities, I wanted to address some of the grievances in the last video because there were quite a bit of them. First off, I want to address Akainu's devil fruit again, the magma fruit. And I will stand on this fruit being garbage in real life because seriously, this fruit is way too destructive to even apply to real life scenarios. Sure, there's the Logia intangibility, but if you have the choice of Logia, there are way better and more convenient options. With this fruit, your only options are to either continue your regular life or become a world-renowned criminal. More on that later. And don't tell me that you'll be the best hero with this fruit because you will be a bigger threat to civilians than any other villain could hope for. We already know how Akainu was moving during Marineford. Imagine you miss a magma fist and just destroy someone's car, or shoot, you put a crater through a building. Heck, you might even burn someone to ashes.
Nah, it's still useful. You just work for the military. Like, if I'm being honest, the majority of these powers, the government would be all over you. Oh my god. If you had any fucking devil fruit, immediately the United States government's like, I think I have a job for you. And you're just gonna kill people. And you're gonna be, you're literally just gonna be a fucking menace. But they're gonna pay you. And that's, would it be a war crime though? I don't think there's any ruling on whether or not you have a devil fruit power, on whether or not that's a war crime. You would just, they would probably test shit on you, and then you would just kill people. They would just pay you to kill people.
By accident. You're gonna be getting some type of lawsuit and getting put in jail for arson. Then
fire's a war crime. But what about magma? What's the line on that? What's the line on lava?
And there's Luffy's gum fruit, which I'll admit that I've sold a bit short. I forgot to mention that there is the,
if you have the gum fruit, you're not useless, but I mean, like, dude, you could like stock shelves. You'd be a crazy Walmart stalker. If you were if you had the gum, if you were Luffy, you would be able to just fucking throw cans up there.
Immunity to blunt damage. So realistically, the only,
you can't be shot. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's still not good. Like, people could just throw a bomb at you or cut you.
You'd be having would be learning how to actually control the stretching. But the immunity to blunt damage is probably the only benefit you'll get from it, mostly because electricity immunity is fairly niche. It's still alright, but it's not the crazy Gear 5 shenanigans that you see in the series. Also, the imagination portion of this fruit is not as potent as some of y'all think. Don't go around thinking that you're gonna be summoning meteors from the sky just because you imagined it. And then finally, I found that many comments shared a similar tone with the possibility of gaining superpowers. Just become a criminal. I've come to realize that it's possible that my audience consists of a lot more menaces than I previously thought, because some of y'all can't be trusted with powers. Now, contrary to popular belief, I am not a criminal, nor do I want to be a criminal if I had powers.
What would be the best power to be a criminal? Don't say fucking the Infinity Gauntlet. Like, that's just cheap. If you say Thanos. But yeah, being the Flash. Being the Flash or being, yeah, invisibility. But like who? Who has time stop? What time stop hero? Who has that? Dio. Yeah, Dio Brando. What's the one movie where they show the time stop? That shit's sick. There's some movie where they show that. Who for the three? 7 days and 15 hours ago, you posted on IG the zucchini about to be ass. Just wondering, was that chick ass or ass? It was good. 9 for the 3. Don't know if you remember me. I wanted to ask you something about my best friend. I was a pot plant. He's 15. He said it's a bad idea. Started listening to him. He was a grape case. What? We started arguing. He's also in a grape case he was falsely accused of. He said, "You're not my mom," and I said, "I'm not," and stopped talking to him. What do I do? Dude, I mean, I give your friend advice on growing a pot plant, but at the end of the day, if he doesn't listen to you, he's not going to fucking listen to you. What the fuck?
Sure, no one would be able to stop you in theory, but then you gotta live the whole criminal lifestyle, like not associating with your family to preserve their safety, amongst other things, which is a lot less convenient than one would think.
Yeah, Quicksilver. Being Quicksilver would be sick.
There were also people who were talking about world domination, and I believe that you guys should never ever get your hands on power. You'd be the mustache twirling villain that starts murking people for no reason. So with all that out of the way, it's time to finally talk about the first useless power on the list. One for all. Now this power is actually one—
What the fuck you mean useless? Useless? You could do so many things with that. You could be a star construction worker. You basically can do anything. It's useless as fuck. How?
One of the worst you can get in real life, in my opinion, due to how much recoil there is on your body. First off, you can't even think about using
recoil on your body if you can't handle that shit, though. But if you, I'm just saying, if you gave me one for all
at full strength ever, unless it's a—
let's just say I don't think I'd break my finger when I threw that baseball. Let's just say if you gave me one for all and I'm Deku, I don't think I'm gonna go, "Zah! That really hurt." No, I'm gonna fucking tank that shit. Deku's a pussy, and the majority of people would kick his ass in real life. I'm sorry. He's annoying as shit. That's why I stopped watching MHA. Number one, there's a million things that made me stop watching MHA. The premise of MHA is pretty cool, and everybody has their different quirk. Deku's so annoying. He's so annoying. Every fight, it's like the most monumental thing that's ever happened to him. And I understand it's world domination we're talking about. But at the same time, dude, every single fight you're getting into is world domination at stake. At what point are you going to not have a fucking 5-minute monologue before you get in the fight? Where he's sitting there and it's a freeze frame and he's like, "If I don't win this fight, I don't know what Todoroki's going to do. I have to win this. For All Might. For me. For everybody I've ever cared about." Like, fucking just fight him, dude. Just fucking fight him. Holy shit. Like, at what point are you just gonna fucking kick his ass? And then he always gets pummeled to the ground. They always just throttle him like he's Hulk. And then out of nowhere, he just goes, "Ah!" And like a power just shoots out of him and he kills him. It's so annoying.
It's a life or death situation. Like, I'm talking about
fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. You better hit it.
Because there are way too many injuries that come with the full power punch. This man Deku was great.
This scene exactly. This is the last episode I watched. When he fought the muscle guy, and it was like, the entire episode was 4 minutes of fighting, and then 25 minutes of him just yapping.
His arms each time he used a full power Detroit Smash, and this was after having a decent amount of training with All Might. Your limbs might actually explode off your body if you try to punch someone recklessly, and personally I think a
Why didn't he just take steroids? I'm not even trying to fucking cap right now, but like, his body wasn't strong enough for this shit. Like, I'm just saying, if you need to be strong as fuck for like your body to be able to hold that shit, and like you're breaking your limbs, at that point, just take test. And like, I obviously steroids, you're gonna fucking die younger. But if you have all for one's powers and you're gonna fucking die until you're gonna punch somebody and your whole arms are gonna shatter and you're gonna be in a cast for 7 months every time you fucking fight somebody. Oh my god.
Attached limb would guarantee a trip to the ER. Plus, I know for a fact no one watching this video got the money to deal with broken arms or legs every other week.
Yeah, bro said, yeah, let a 16-year-old take steroids. He has the power of a god. He has the power of a god in a 5'6", 110-pound frame. I'm just trying to find a solution for the fucking problem, buddy. It's a problem, okay? He has the power of fucking Zeus behind him, and he is 5'5", and he's fucking 110 pounds sopping wet. He is weak as shit. Respectfully. I'm not saying he has to take steroids. He threw a baseball and broke his hand. That's pussy shit. just saying. Bakugo didn't. Bakugo conjures explosive chemicals in his sweat. That man tanks that shit. Oi, 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 oi. He can throw a baseball.
And plus, Deku was getting his arms healed by Recovery Girl, so he ain't have to spend much time recovering from his injuries. You, on the other hand, will be waiting a
Yeah, and then he's always tired. And he has to take a nap.
3 months to recover from shattered bones, not to mention the fact that Deku was suffering long-lasting damage after using his arms too much, so you can expect that to happen to you as well if you throw hands too much. But besides the potential of getting OD hospital bills, you also gotta remember that there's a chance you won't even be able to fulfill the full potential of One For All. Deku had so many resources at his disposal to help him train, and we don't have those UA level training facilities in the real world, even if you manage to learn full Cowling.
Tailboy, that's the worst. Out of everybody, yo, I'd rather have the powers of Mineta than Tailboy. Being Tailboy in MHA, whenever I watch that shit, it annoys me. Like, I know y'all, hold on, I gotta pull up a picture for the people that ain't see this shit. Keep in mind, the premise of MHA is, it's My Hero Academia. It's basically like the top school in the world for people with superpowers. And out of the top 12 people in the entire world for superpowers, one of them is this fucker. He just has a fat-ass tail on the back of him. That's his power. He has a tail. He has a tail. Why is he in this? What, that's his power? He has a tail. So he's like any other fucking animal on Earth outside of humans. Like, what? And that, but it's strong, and it's strong, and he can hit people with it. Also, I gotta say, this man sleeping, This would also just suck to have. Because now, look, he always has to have a hole in his pants, right? He can't sleep on his back. And that thing, chat, if I'm being real, that thing probably weighs 150 pounds. Like, he must have lower back problems. He sleeps on his stomach. Still, this is just, like, this is the worst hero.
You better be real slow trying to raise the power of it. Number one, you're gonna have to be training by yourself, because I don't expect any human on Earth wanting to fight with someone who can punch out city blocks with ease. Number two, you're gonna have to follow the steps Deku was taking to a T and try your best not to mess up horrifically. What are you gonna do? You go 20% full Cowling immediately? That's just asking to mess up your body. And don't even talk to me about the other quirks in One For All. We saw how much mayhem was caused when Deku first discovered Black Whip. If this happens in public with a bunch of people around, you're gonna have a J. Jonah Jameson on your head every single time you try to walk around the city.
I can't stand Spider-Man. I can't stand him.
I thought I was the only one. Oh my god, was Queso serious when he said that? But everybody shits on me when I say Spider-Man sucks.
I hate him!
Staying in the My Hero verse, we got Dabi's cremation quirk, but honestly, this part is gonna be mostly about Dabi, cause it's truly a horrific combo for him. Essentially, Dabi's body is more resistant to cold temperatures than hot cause of his mom.
Are we gonna only go over MHA characters here? Yo, you could yap about that. Hey, you could yap about that shit forever. There's a million fucking characters in MHA that have the worst powers in the fucking world. All of them. The majority of MHA characters are fucking horrible. The best one for IRL life, Cementos. You just touch rock and you just make cement. You would just make a shitload of money. You would be like a billionaire. You would just be making parking lots.
So anytime he uses his fire, he gets burnt, which means that he can't even use his power for real without literally cooking his skin. If you were in Dabi's situation, why would you ever use this quirk? It only seems to hurt you. Like,
yeah, the creation girl's the best one, dude. Dead ass. Why is that? Why is she even trying to be a hero? I just start popping gold out of my body. She eats food and creates whatever she wants. She just eat a lot, and then she just pops shit out of her body. Momo? What do you mean Momo? Momo eats. Yeah, she eats. Oh, she is already rich. I wonder why. Because her family held her at gunpoint and made her spawn a bunch of gold.
Sure, you got strong flames, but I can get the same effect with an aerosol can and a lighter. Use this quirk too much and you'll just end up as a flaming corpse with no chance of recovery. I can see why bro was so mad with his brother, cause I would be tight too. You're basically the failed experiment of the family. Now the last quirk I want to cover again is this freaking tail quirk, cause I—
Wait, what?
Get the same effect. If you were in Dobby's situation, why would you ever use this quirk? It only seems to hurt you. Like, sure, you got strong flames, but I can get the same effect with an aerosol can and a lighter. Use this quirk too much and you'll just end up as a flaming corpse with no chance of recovery. I can see why bro was so mad with his brother, cause I would be tight too. You're basically the failed experiment of the family. Now the last quirk—
Dobby's Todoroki's brother? I just had the show spoiled for me. I just had the show fucking spoiled for me. Dobby is Todoroki's brother. You're gonna be fucking kidding me. Like, I didn't know that? No, I didn't fucking know that! No, I didn't fucking know that! Oh my god!
Quirk I want to cover again is this freaking tail quirk, cause I still got a lot of gripes with it. I talked about it in the first video, but let's be real.
What?
The channel was in a drastically different place than it is now. First off, I need you guys to level with me here. You guys can really call me anything, like stupid, short, a fraud, whatever. But one thing I refuse to be called is crazy for calling this quirk garbage, because quite frankly, it's extremely useless. No matter what, you cannot convince me that this tail wasn't just some result of some radiation mutation or something that got passed down genetically. The doctors probably saw this kid with a big tail and realized that this kid got no quirk and were like,
no use. Why didn't they cut it off? Like, if that was like a real thing, they would just chop it off. If you were in MHA world and you had a tail, they would just go. And then now you just don't. Now you're fine. You just have a scar and you have a scar on your lower back.
You know what? Just tell the kid that the tail is his quirk. That should work. Like, this thing just looks so inconvenient. I'm assuming that the tail just grew from the tailbone already in humans. So I can only imagine how annoying it would be to get clothes with this 3-foot appendage quite literally between your cheeks.
Or take a shit. Sit on a toilet. This motherfucker probably squats in the woods like a dog. How do you take a dump when you have a fucking 2-foot circumference tail that's just constantly behind you? You can't sit on a toilet. Where you gotta sit backwards. Oh, like in like this? How awkward that would be when somebody, whenever you forget to lock the bathroom door and somebody walks in, you're just staring. Oh, sorry, I forgot to lock the door. He's an auto wiper. What, you're saying he's gonna wipe his ass with his tail?
You're gonna have to get your clothes tailor-made or something. Also, any description of this quirk is actively coping. Heck, anyone who thinks this is some S-tier quirk in general is just coping. Sturdy tail. Okay. I don't care about the agility or breaking metal or whatever. What are you going to do with this quirk? Don't think you're gonna go speed blitzing anyone with this.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with it? Chat, you're tail boy. How does that change your life? It only makes it worse. It only makes your life worse. You now have a tail. You have a tail, and now you can't do anything with it. It doesn't work like a third arm. Like, you can't grab he can like wrap it around stuff to give him like leverage. Maybe use it in a sport. That'd be about it. Like, you could use it in like soccer or fucking football or some shit. Is he allowed to hit things with his tail? What's the ruling on the sports there? Like, how do they do that? Joe Fart on me says Joe's still ignoring the war in Serbia. Brother, I'm not ignoring the war in Serbia. And I'm not having this dumbass conversation with you. And you're a ban evader. And I'm banning you. The one for the sub. I'm not going back to this shit-ass chatter. Are you that same motherfucker that literally just yelled at me the entire time for like fucking 45 minutes straight just spamming? What is that? The war in Serbia? We've already talked about this like 5 times on stream. And I give them the same answer every time, and I'm respectful when I say it, and then they're a dickhead to me, so I ban them. Gamma for the 3. Please just finish MHA next season. Season 8 will be the last ones to catch up. Dude, I'm on like season 6. Joe for the 3. The one for the sub, Michael for the 3. Glad I sent him to you. Here's the biddies. Sticky and a cat for the sub. Corrupted for the 3. Bro, I can't believe I just had that spoiled for me. Here we're talking about superheroes. The most useless power is the mutant Robert Herman. Sorry, I gotta say this. Eternals is goated. The storytelling's wonderful along with the CGI. No. Eternals is a horrible movie. June for the 3. I'd beat the shit out of Deku, Jap for the sub, and Milk for the 5. Ethan and this, Brood, Jazza, and Gordon for the sub. The mutant Robert Herman. Who is Robert Herman? Glob Herman. Is he just a glob ball? He's just like he's like the Jello guy from Fortnite. That's his power. Mess for the 5. Roadkill Collector Simulator when? Is that a real sim game? Roadkill Collector? If that's a real sim game, I would fucking play the shit out of that. Roadkill Collector sounds fun as hell. I'm gonna Google that right now. It's not a real game. You're a liar.
Power as soon as you get it. Martial arts is like the only thing that can pair well with this quirk, and I know a large majority of us are not black belts in martial arts, so you gotta spend like 3 years learning to try to make some use of this tail. But if you're already a black belt in martial arts, just stick with that. You don't need no tail for that. And some of y'all in the comments are gonna be on my head about this part, so let's just make a hypothetical. Let's say Electro is running rampant in New York City. You use your tail to grab him, electrocuted. Try to jump in the air with your tail, electrocuted. Anything you do, you get bodied. And this will be very accurate to the show because I feel like I've only seen this guy get rocked. Next ability we got is another revisit. It's basically any big name key
blast. And he's so boring too. He has no fucking personality. He just sits there and has a tail and he sometimes fights. They'll do like one scene where they show him taking out a person, but it's like whole 1v1 people that are more powerful than him. Like, dude, if we're being real, you fight anybody with any other superpower, you're getting your shit rocked. You could fight Grape Kid, and he'll throw his balls at you, and you're gonna get crumped up, and you're not gonna be able to move.
Blast in Dragon Ball, like the Final Flash, the Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, etc. Now I know this one will be a bit controversial because we've all tried to fire off a Kamehameha. It's just the rite of passage. And quite frankly, if someone gave me the option to take Ki Blast as an ability, I would definitely take it. But that still doesn't eliminate the fact that the strongest forms of these Ki Blasts are way too strong to be practical in real life. Sure, the average pea shooter blast isn't blowing up the planet, but something like the Final Flash is a bit different. These blasts can level mountains easily. Heck, even charging one up is going to be felt by a lot of people. And then there's the grim possibilities of missing the blast. What happens if you blow up the moon by accident or on purpose? I know how some of y'all be moving. You are running the risk of destroying so many things in the world every time you fire off one of these big name blasts. Legitimate question. What type of ops do you have in your life that requires a Gallic Gun? Unless you are actively looking for violence and someone to blast, some pistol with the switch is getting the job done the same way. And I know a switch is illegal, but these big name blasts might as well be illegal as well. If you're new and enjoying the video so far, you might as well subscribe. We on the road to 50K, so I'd appreciate it a lot.
He only has 50K? Oh no, he's 90.
Anyways, back to the video. Next up, I want to talk about how bad being a Jinchuriki would be in real life. My friend brought it up to me after my last video and I thought it was a really good point. We all know that being a Jinchuriki in the Naruto world is garbage. You got organizations hunting you down and trying to murk you just because of the tailed beast inside of you. And in the village most of the time,
I feel like he's going into the realm of whether you're actually them in real life and you have all their stuff. I'm just thinking their powers themselves.
Unlocked because you run the risk of having the tailed beast take over. And I know there's a lot of people who would let their tailed beast run rampant in a moment of weakness. You get your heart broken, boom, Kurama just destroyed half the city. But there's the chance that you can manage to siphon off some of the power of the tailed beast. Even if you do that.
So not knowing any of this stuff means, yeah, I've never watched Naruto. Because I'm not going to spend the rest of my life watching 10,000 episodes of an anime that I've never seen. But there's a lot of filler episodes that you could skip, but they're only 20 minutes. Buddy, I don't give a shit. If I watched fucking 6 episodes of Naruto every day, I wouldn't finish it for a fucking year.
Most of the forms are still garbage. This man Naruto's skin was burning and peeling off during
There's only 700 episodes with filler.
Transformation because of the chakra alone, and he ain't even have control of this form. Even some of the upper forms of the tailed beast chakra cloak.
That's why I only watch short animes. Like, I'm not gonna watch, I haven't watched anime in a while. I go in like phases where I'll just watch YouTube and then I'll watch a show, then I'll watch anime. But like any anime, like I tried One Piece, dude, it's the same thing with any other show. Like, if you're gonna try and get me to watch a show that's 1,000 episodes, Like, that's a daunting task for me to even question beginning. Like, I understand some of y'all where it's like, okay, yeah, you could just binge watch, like, 30 fucking episodes in a day, but that doesn't even make a dent into the show itself.
Could risk death if the tail beast decides to take away your chakra too quickly. So basically, you gotta hope your tail beast isn't annoying and wants to cooperate with you. There's not much you can really do on your side. Then you also need to hope that no one wants to do any experiments on you, because the government would definitely be interested in someone with enhanced healing, strength, speed, etc. And for the next power on the list, after some further deliberation, I've concluded that having a Susanoo would probably not be super crazy as one would expect. Besides the whole going blind part, which would likely be a pretty bad drawback, the Susanoo also has another deterrent from using it. This thing causes so much pain for the user. Sasuke said it was like pain in every single cell in his body, and it only gets worse with the higher stages. You're not gonna be getting some free giant samurai armor that you're gonna be chilling inside of. As long as you're in it, you're gonna be feeling that pain. Then there's the fact that a perfect Susanoo is like 100 meters tall, so good luck maneuvering that around. I guess you could use it like Sasuke, i.e. use it like a taxi.
Oh my god, I have no idea what he's saying. I have no idea what he's saying. He's entirely lost me now. He's entirely lost me now. Holy shit.
Always like the characters with super speed like the Flash, Sonic, Quicksilver, etc. And I always thought it would be really good to have super speed in real life. Like, I could run at the speed of sound. That sounds amazing. And you know, after growing older, I realized that super speed is so busted it's not even funny. And you don't even need that much speed to be able to win any fight for real. But after I realized this, I realized that all these shows I was watching growing up were all alive. And yes, this is going to be me ranting about super speed in media, not about how effective it is in real life, because the orangutan at the zoo probably knows that running fast is really effective. Super speed seems to be so worthless in these shows. They always have the hero lose so many brain cells when they have this power, or they'll have the speedster be like the jokester of the group, so he automatically seems weaker than he actually is. Like, I know it's a hard power to ride around, but you shouldn't let anyone get away if you're so fast that everything seems to stop around you. Like, look at this. You should be winning every single battle. Remember when Wally beat a Lex Luthor fused with Brainiac with—
Yeah, and regardless of whatever other power somebody has, like, if you are so fast that time effectively slows down in relativity to you, that you can't lose. Like, if you're like fighting the Hulk and you're so fast, yeah, he might be able to grab you, but he wouldn't be able to react in time to be able to do so.
Pure speed blitzes. This is how every fight in real life would go if you had even a fraction of Wally's speed. Like, give me super speed and I'm taking it. But if you give me the CW Flash's intelligence as well, then don't even offer it to me. I'd rather get the tail quirk. You're basically giving yourself a lobotomy for the chance to run super fast sometimes. They always have speedsters lose brain cells and act like they can't react to anything being thrown at them when they in fact can easily react and be untouchable. The only cons, if you can even call them cons with super speed, are time travel and super immense speed. Immense speed is only a con because it's kind of just overkill. Like, if you can run at 1% of the speed of light, you'll be more than fast enough to deal with most situations. You don't need to be gathering as much—
Not even most, all of them. If you're in real life and you can run over 500 miles an hour, you wouldn't even show up on a security camera. You would be so fast that they wouldn't be able to still frame see who you are. You wear a mask and you could just do anything you want. Like, no one would be able to stop you.
Speed as possible to become some sort of god.
The only other thing is, if you could run 500 miles an hour, you could run into something that would kill you. Like, if you are, yeah, you're the speed of the Flash. If you're the speed of the Flash, yeah, you're moving so fast that everything relatively to you is moving slow. But say you're just moving, like, the speed of, like, an airplane. If you run into, like, a pigeon, it would put a hole through your chest. You would die. Anything hitting you would die. Or would die, and then also you would as well.
Out of speed.
You would see it coming? No, you wouldn't. If you're driving really fast in a car, you're not going to see it coming, let alone you're going even quicker.
If you constantly think that you need more speed, get help, or please apply to be a Flash villain or something. Time travel will be kind of a negative because we don't know how it functions in our own world. So you'd actively be trying to learn about the implications and consequences when trying to make changes to the past. You'll probably make and erase a couple alternate timelines in the process, and no one got time for that, pun not intended. And if you try to operate on movie rules, you're actively self-sabotaging. Honestly, the CW Flash and other media have ruined super speed so much that I don't even want it anymore. In theory, you should be able to stop all crime, but there has to be some sort of curse or equivalent exchange when you get this power. The inevitable random IQ drops could truly be the end of some people's lives. Now, there are definitely other powers I want to cover, like Maharaga's adaptation or the Titan shifters, but that'll be for another part. Assuming y'all—
Word. W video. I liked everything that he was talking about other than the shit that I had no idea what he was saying. For an anime that I haven't seen, when he's referencing powers that I don't even know what they do, it's kind of hard for me to share my take, if that makes sense. Subscriber for the 3. Anime's fucking ass. I used to think the same, and I still think the same of many animes, but I think there are very niche animes. Not even niche. I think there's a lot of animes that are fun to watch. Like One Punch Man is really good. I just finished Mob Psycho. Subscriber for the 3. Mess for the 5. I already read that. All right. Well, chat, we're going to call that there. W stream. 4 hours and 15 minutes. I know it's a little bit shorter today. I wanted to run like 4.5, but I do have a lot of shit that I have to get done because I was on break and now I have a lot of work. But tomorrow we'll probably run a decently long stream. We're going to be playing a bunch of horror games, the FNAF game, and maybe some other horror games. Wednesday, we're going to play the full game of Guilt, which is like another horror story game. Kind of like a thriller game, I guess. Thursday is going to be either sim games or games with other streamers. Friday is going to be reacts in the Veterans Charity stream. Saturday is going to be the Cuphead DLC. I don't know if we're going to finish all of it, but we're going to grind it. Sunday is going to be reacts. Next Monday is going to be sim days. Next Tuesday, I'm off. Next Wednesday, we're going to be in our new setup. And we're going to be playing horror games. But yeah, if you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, exclamation my Discord videos, /IBM/tab. I find most of the videos that I watch games that I play. So if you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, send those there. I might upload on the main and the gaming channel tonight. So go watch for that. But outside of that, appreciate everybody that popped in. Glad to be back. We had a great chat on it today. A lot of people still on the stream, even though I know a lot of people are back and going to class and shit. So appreciate everybody that popped out, even though I'm still streaming at 2 p.m. Next week, next Monday, we're going to start streaming at 3 p.m. those weekdays. The week after that will be the 26th. We're going to start streaming at 4, and then we'll be back to our regular stream schedule of 4:30 weekdays and 2 p.m. EST weekends in the first week of September. But yeah, appreciate y'all, and hope y'all had fun watching. Who do we want to raid?
You trade untraded?
Who do we want to raid? I'm looking at streamers right now. We're going to raid Nolan. But yeah, hope y'all had fun. Appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all soon. As I said, video/game/tab. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Remember, the charity stream's this Friday as well, if you're not going to be making it to streams until then. But yeah, catch y'all then. We'll see y'all tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. See y'all then. Go to raid 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, chat.